Welcome to this tutorial series or course or whatever YouTube is calling it these days on orchestrating in MuseScore. So, what is the purpose of this course? Why are you here? Ideally, I want you to be learning the basics of MuseScore, and the best way I can think to do that is with a practical project. And so we're going to do an orchestration project where we take this piano piece, Pantalon by Mrs. H.H.A. Beach, Opus 25, number 3. This is written for piano, and we will be orchestrating it for a full orchestra. And hopefully it'll sound something like this. As you can see, it's got parts, it's got a full score, it is all neatly laid out, and it's all beautifully orchestrated. So we're going to turn this into that. And along the way, I hope we're going to get to lots of the basics of using MuseScore, and we'll get to a whole bunch of different techniques of using MuseScore and through the process of doing this project. This is intended for people who know how to read music. If you don't know how to read music yet, I'm sure you can find some tutorials on the internet, on YouTube. But this is for people who do already know how to read music and are looking to use MuseScore. I'm sure there's a lot of musicians and music teachers out there, and some of you perhaps have not used MuseScore before, and so this is really for you. This might also be for someone who knows MuseScore and you just want to get some good tips and some good workflow things. Maybe you're finding it's a bit slow. Hopefully this will help you with that as well. I have set this up as a complete course that you can follow along with me, and we'll be working together through this project, and hopefully you'll be able to create that project by the end as well. If you are a little bit more advanced and you're not just a beginner in MuseScore, feel free to follow along with this, but also feel free to maybe have your own project on the side that you're busy with as we're going through these things, and you can apply some of the principles that we're learning rather than just copying exactly what I'm doing. And perhaps you're really advanced and you need to skip some of the early sessions, in which case you can just go and jump around to the sections that you find are going to be most useful. And so to facilitate that, I'm making sure to leave all the resources that we have for a particular tutorial video. I'll make a Google Drive and I'll put a link to that in the description of every video so that you can go to just that section that you need and follow along with the tutorial no matter where you have stopped or have started in this tutorial series. Alright, so let's get going. Chapter 1. Let's download and install MuseScore. And so we'll go to musescore.org. Now you might be tempted to go .com. That is a valid website, but this is, as you can see, the world's largest free sheet music catalog and community. So this is not where you find the notation software program. That is musescore.org. And so let's go there now. All right, and we arrive at musescore.org, and you can see the world's most popular notation app, so we're in the right place. We're talking about the notation app and not about sharing sheet music online. And we'll go to the free download. As you can see, I am on 4.6.3. Depending on when you're viewing this, you might be on 4.7 or perhaps even MuseScore 5, and hopefully this will not be too different in MuseScore 5, but we'll just do a free download. And once it's finished downloading, we can just click it. This, of course, is on Windows, but on Mac, this is a very similar thing. Now, this is MuseHub, not MuseScore Studio itself, and this is kind of an installer for MuseScore Studio, and it's where we're going to find a bunch of useful other things. So we don't mind installing it. It does have a lot of other uses. MuseScore Studio is owned by the Muse Group, although it is open source and completely free to use, and will stay that way forever. So we don't have to worry about Muse suddenly charging money for it, but it's a really useful place to have it. Okay, so here's the Muse Hub, and here is MuseScore Studio right at the top. They know that this is their flagship product, as it were, and so we're just going to download. And I'll let that download, and let's skip ahead and once it's downloaded. Okay, so we're just installing MuseScore Studio. Doesn't take too long. While it's installing, we are going to come back to the Muse Hub for things like plugins later on. We'll see that there are some useful things there. Once the page loads, right, there's a whole bunch of plugins that we can find. Not all of them are free, so you just need to be careful if you want to stay with free things. And then we are also going to go to the Muse Sounds section later on when we're using our instruments. But for now, we'll go back to apps, and you might find that you're not finding MuseScore immediately. But there it is, Sheet Music Composer, MuseScore Sheet Composer Staples, MuseScore Studio, and let's launch it. This will now also be on the desktop. It does create a shortcut on the desktop, so you don't have to go into MuseHub to find it, but since we're here, let's launch it from here. Just a note about this sheet music, I found this from imslp.org. Right, this is imslp.org, which is an international music sharing library, and it's basically a database of as much public domain music as people can find and can scan and put on the internet. So it's a really useful resource. This was written in 1894, so it is definitely public domain. We are not having to pay any royalties for this music, but we are very grateful to Mrs. Beach for this music, for Amy Beach, right. All right, and here we start with MuseScore. We've installed it, and it's opened up. Now, obviously, I have some previous scores because I am a regular MuseScore user. Before we jump in properly, though, we are just going to change some settings so that we make sure things work with our equipment. And so I'll go to Edit and Preferences. And the first thing you might want to change is the appearance. You can choose a light or a dark. In fact, I think MuseScore normally asks you when you first start up, do you want to be light or dark theme? I do prefer the dark theme, just easier on my eyes. You can, of course, choose an accent color as well, and there's a bunch of other things that you can choose from. I also enjoy the wall. Instead of just a white background, I do enjoy to have a paper kind of background. It gives my scores a nice feeling, and it feels like I'm working on paper, even though I know I'm on a computer. The other place we want to go right now is to audio and MIDI, and we want to make sure of our audio device. So, for instance, if you are just on a laptop or something that you will probably just be fine with the system default. I'm also fine with the system default because I've got my computer set up like that. But you might have an external audio interface, in which case you might want to select that as the output for your audio. So just take note of that. You also might want to have a look at the buffer size. In previous versions, we had to put this up quite high to avoid any audio artifacts, but it made the audio quite slow. MuseScore has since improved that a lot in these various updates since 4.1, and so I can keep the buffer size nice and low at 512. By the time you're watching this, you might even have SEO in MuseScore, now that SEO is also got an open source license, and so hopefully we'll even have better latency in MuseScore quite soon. Or maybe you've already got it. All right, we'll click OK, and that's where we'll leave it for this one. Time to start our new score. So you might be in, say, Learn. Sometimes it starts up with Learn on the side. We're just going to go to Scores and click on New Score. Easy enough. And we have some choices to make. First thing to notice is these two tabs at the top for the two different ways that we can start our score. I could choose individual instruments. For instance, I could choose a piano and a trumpet, and you get the idea, right? But I'm just going to delete those for now. This is where our score is. However, what I'm going to do for now is create this from a template, because I know that I am doing this for a full orchestra, and MuseScore very handily has a symphony orchestra template ready for us to go with all of those orchestral instruments. So that's a really quick and easy place to start. At the moment, we can't edit this template. It would be nice if we could be able to do that. Perhaps that's coming in a later one. I would love to go back to choose instruments and then edit that, but it's fine, we can do it later, so it's really not a problem. And we'll go to the next screen, and here we choose our key signature, time signature, and tempo, as well as have all our text that we're going to need. So let's just go and check what we do have. We are in no key signature, or C major it looks like, and we're in 2/4, and we have allegro, and then for the text we'll come back. So we said C major, that's fine, we can leave it there. Of course, we could choose any other key we want. If you're composing or arranging other things, we can make it in a minor key. It's just useful to have those different ones. We do need to change the time signature, so I'll click there and change it to 2/4, easily done. Now, our tempo is a bit of an interesting one, because the sheet music says allegro. But there is no option for allegro here. It's just some metronome markings or nothing. So I'm going to select to have a metronome marking, because I find it easier to work with music, and I know that I've got a certain tempo that I'm working in, and I've gone and kind of looked at this and thought, okay, 100 is a nice, decent allegro. It's not allegro molto or allegro vivo, but it's just a good allegro. and I'm going to make sure that that marking is shown on the score, and I can go and edit it later. I know that there is no upbeat or anacrusis. That's a pretty important one to get at the beginning. If we did, we could just create the anacrusis here and choose how long that anacrusis is. Anacrusis or upbeat bar, upbeat measure. And then we just need the information. So this is pentalon. And the composer is Mrs. A. Beach. Right. Although, you know what, let's just say this is by Amy Beach, because that feels a bit better. And let's also say that this is orchestrated by me. Or you might put your own name there, of course. For the subtitle, let's put in where this has come from. So this is Children's Carnival, from Children's Carnival. Opus 25, number 3. Great. We could put in a lyricist, of course, if we had someone, but this is a piano piece, so it does not have lyrics. Perhaps we'll get to something with lyrics in another course. You can also put the copyright information in. Luckily, we know, again, that this is a free of copyright. This copyright was in 1894, so we don't need to put that in. Perhaps you want to put in the copyright of your own arrangement of this. And then we'll just say done. All right, and we end up with this huge score, which is completely empty, but it has a lot of instruments and can look quite daunting to the beginner. But before we do anything else, we do just want to save this score so that we can access it later. And so we'll go Control S or File and Save. I'm going to save as, and it always asks us, do you want to save to the cloud, which is free on MuseScore.com. Remember, that's the sheet music sharing website, or you can just save it on your computer, and that's what I'm going to do for now. All right, so we can just find this folder where we want to put it and save it. I'm going to save this as blank score, just in case I need, well, so that you have it if you are picking up on the next one. We want to look at moving around and seeing what's happening in the user interface. So in this section, we obviously have the score view, and we want to be able to move around our score easily. So the first place to start with is the mouse, where if we use our mouse wheel, we can move up and down the score. Right? That's fairly intuitive, and I think it makes sense. If you're on a normal page, you could scroll up and down. The other very useful one is by holding Shift and then using our mouse wheel, we can scroll from left to right. And you can imagine how that would be very useful as well. And then the other mouse wheel one that's really useful is Control and the mouse wheel, which is to zoom in and out. And I think that's fairly standard over a lot of different types of software. All right, so we've got scrolling up and down with mouse wheel, Shift and mouse wheel to go left and right, and Control and mouse wheel to zoom in and out. And we can go to various different places wherever we want to go, just with those 3 combinations. Another really useful thing to do in terms of viewing the score is down here on the right side we have page view, and if we click that we have 2 other options, which are the continuous view horizontal and the continuous view vertical. I find the continuous view horizontal is very, very useful when we're working with music. You know, we're inputting notes and we're moving stuff around and copying and pasting and being creative. And only once we come back to formatting our parts, then we come back to the page view. But it does start automatically in page view. And so let's put this in continuous view, and now you can see I've still got this, all of my instruments, but as I scroll along, I've just got one immensely long page. Essentially, it's an infinitely long page, and it shows us what the instruments are on the left side. It shows us their key signature, time signature. So it's always got us, you know, we always know where we are and what we're doing. So this is a very, very useful feature. And this means that I can just navigate to using up and down to the instrument that I want, and then left and right to go in time, using, of course, Shift and mouse wheel. All right, let's have a little look at the rest of the user interface. On the left side here, we have the panels, and we start with the palettes panel. And this is where we add lots of things to our scores. Not notes, but all kinds of other things that you might need. And if you can't find anything in these ones, you can always go to Add Palettes, and there's probably one there with some of the rarer things that you might need. But we'll work our way through these palettes as well, I'm sure. Next to that is the layout palette. This has all of our instruments and our different marking places. So it really is the layout of our score and what we're seeing. And it allows us to hide things and change instruments and all kinds of things like that, as well as add instruments. And then there's the properties panel, which allows us to, if we click on a particular thing, it allows us to change the properties of that thing. And if we have nothing clicked on, then it allows us to change things like page settings and style settings and what is shown in our view at the moment. All right, then we have our main toolbar at the top. Honestly, I have barely ever used this because I've got everything down, or almost everything down, on keyboard shortcuts. So most of the time you will not need this bar. A couple of things on the left perhaps, maybe some of the rare things if you're writing double flats and double sharps that maybe don't have keyboard shortcuts, and possibly first voice and second voice. But anyway, it's fine to keep it there. It is useful to have it up there. The other one we have is on this top bar. We have the home, which is where you might click on there by accident and feel like you've lost everything. If you just go back to score, there you're back in the score that you were on, and then later on we'll get to publish. So it is a nice sort of progression of how you're going to work, but we spend a lot of time in a score, of course. We have the parts and the mixer. We'll get to those later, not to worry. And then over here we have the transport bar to play back our score once we have some music. Of course, there's nothing there right now, and that is pretty much it. So hopefully that's given you a little introduction to the MuseScore user interface and moving around your score. Just a couple of two more things that are very useful. One is the end button on your computer keyboard, which takes you to the end of your score. So if you want to work on the end, but obviously the more useful one is to go back to the beginning, which is home. And those also make sense. Home and end to the beginning and the end of the score. We've got our orchestra there and we've got our music here, but it's not just a simple matter of plugging in the music. And so we need to just plan this out a little bit. So what we're going to do is make sure of the different roles that we have in the music, the different layers in our piano part, so that we can see what could be, where we could use things where, basically. You might not have this music available to listen to, but luckily I do. So let's go and have a listen and see what different roles we can hear in the music. Okay, so far I'm hearing definitely that there's a melody line, which seems to be at the top here. Da-da-dum-dim. Oh, well, that's just the introduction. Da-da-dim, bum 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 ba-da-da-da-dum, bum ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right, there's our nice melody, and that could probably be in a certain instrument, in a single instrument at a time, or combinations. But I don't think we're going to swap around with that too much. We want to keep that as a single thing. I'm definitely also hearing a bass line. We've got doom doom. Doom, 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 doom. And then the little chips in between seem to be the kind of chordal accompaniment. And so those seem to be the roles. Let's just see as we go further down, are there any others? Perhaps we need to play this a little bit more. Okay, and now we have a melody in the bass line, just as a nice contrast in our new key signature, new section, and so we just need to be able to have that as well. But still we've got, okay, there's no bass line really, although possibly those notes are bass line, but that's fine. We know that we need a bass line anyway, and then again we've got these accompaniment little chips happening in there. And then it swaps to the melody there. Okay, so it seems like we're going to need 4 different parts. We need a melody in the treble, melody in the bass, we need the accompaniment chords, and we need the bass line. That's 4 different parts. So let's go and create those in our MuseScore project. Right, so we're not going to go directly into the orchestra, but actually let's rather put these in sort of piano parts. However, we are going to separate them out. It makes it much easier later on as we want to just copy and paste things instead of having to write things out multiple times. And this is the power of doing things on MuseScore or any other notation software, is that we have this power of copying and pasting and just moving things around instead of having to rewrite all the time. So I will go to my layout tab and I can go to add instruments, although again I love the keyboard shortcuts, and so I'll just press I on my computer keyboard and I get to the instruments dialog. So I have the instruments that are in my score and all of the possible instruments that I could add. So we're going to go to keyboards and piano, and I'll actually add 3 pianos, and you'll see why just now. Now, our order is in orchestral order, which means traditionally the pianos... Wait, we need one more piano. There we go. I've got 3 pianos now. And there they are. I'm just going to shift and click on the last one and then drag them up. Well, not drag, but click them upwards to the top. There we go. Now they're above the flutes. That's where I want them for now, so that I can keep them sort of separate from the orchestra. These are not going to be part of the orchestra. They're just kind of for our working out. They're our rough work places. And there we go. There's our 3 pianos created on top of the flutes and oboes and everyone else. So let's click on that piano 1. In fact, I'm going to double click on it. And this gives me the stave and part properties dialog. There's lots of dialogues in this software, but they're all useful. And we want to just change its name, just for our purposes, into melodies. And let's go melds. As a short instrument name, there we go. We can see that there will be our treble clef melodies, and there's our bass clef melodies. Nice and simple place to keep them. Piano 2, we are going to actually go into this layout tab and just make some changes. So I don't need the treble clef part of it. I only need the bass clef. There we go. Piano 2 now only has a bass clef. I just hid away that treble clef because we don't need it for now. And then we can rename it, again by double clicking. And we'll call this one the accompaniment or accompanying chords. And let's call comp chords. By the way, that short instrument name is just what shows up when we're in page view and we're not on the first page. You can see that it uses the shortened version of that name. So it's not strictly speaking necessary, because most of the time we'll be in continuous view until we're ready to print our parts, and these won't be in parts. But anyway, okay, so we've got accompaniment chords, melodies, and this one we also want the bass line of, or the bass clef. So actually let's cancel that. Go to piano 3 in the layout tab again, use the arrow to access more details of it, and just hide that treble clef again. All right, and then piano 3 we can rename to bassline. All right, we're good to go. We are ready to start putting notes in, except this thing is looking a little cluttered. If we're not going to use the orchestra, let's just hide it away for now, right? So again, in this layout tab, being very useful, we're going to select the top one, the flute 1, scroll all the way down to the contrabasses at the bottom, shift and click on that contrabasses. Now everything is blue, everything is selected, and we don't want to delete because we are going to need them later, but we'll just click on the eye of any one of them. And that will just hide them away. You can see it's left a little bit of an artifact there, but it's not a problem. It hides them away very neatly. And now we only have, well, let's zoom in a bit. Now we only have where we want our melodies, accompanying chords, and bass line. Very, very useful. It's quite annoying swapping from MuseScore to the music and back. If you have this printed, this is a good way to do it. You can just have the print next to you and then be working on MuseScore. Or perhaps you have a second screen where you can put it on the side. I do have a second screen, but I can't show you the second screen. So I will, what is quite useful if you only have a single screen is let's just pull this one to the right side. Let's also pull our MuseScore to the left side. Well, that didn't work. Hold on, let's try that again. There we go. Right, that's good. And they take up half the screen. This is a fairly common thing to do in many pieces of software. And we can then just zoom out of this one. There we go, so that we can see the whole line. That's it. I can probably zoom out of there a little bit as well. So it is time to enter some notes. The immediate way that beginners start is by using the mouse, and you click on a duration, and then you click on the note where you want it, and it generally gets a little fussy and a little tedious, and it goes very slowly. So I'm going to skip that part entirely. If you want, you can go and play around with it, experiment with it, but I have found that using the computer keyboard works much, much faster and is far more reliable. So let's do that now. I'll click in the treble clef melody. I'm going to be putting in this first melody here, and so I'm clicked in MuseScore on the first bar, and then the first one, of course, is a quaver. And so I could just click up here, but I'm going to show you another way, and that is that all of these correspond to different numbers or numbers on the numpad. So you can see there it shows 5 or number plus 5 to set the duration to crotchet. So 5 is always kind of the starting point because it's in the middle. And if I want longer than a crotchet, then it's going to be 6 or 7. You get the idea. And if it's shorter than crotchet, it's going to be, of course, 4, 3, 2, 1 for those shorter durations. And so this is a quaver. I know that it is 4. And you very quickly get used to this kind of code of working. All right, so it is a quaver, and I need a rest. It is already a rest, but just to show you, I'm going to press 0, which makes it a rest. 0 is the key for a rest. And we now have our line where we can start inputting notes, and you can see as soon as I move my mouse, it wants to put the notes in. But I'm not going to use the mouse. I'm kind of going to leave the mouse from now on, and let's see what we can do without the mouse. So we need semiquavers. Semiquavers is 2 along from the crotchet, so that's 3. There we go. It's selected my semiquaver, and the notes are G and A. And it's very useful that we can hear them coming in as well, so I don't always have to keep my eye on MuseScore too hard. I can kind of just listen and hope that I'm getting what I expect to get. Now we have a quaver, and this is also a G. That's great. And another quaver, which is also a G. Now, of course, this is the wrong G, right? We need the G up the octave. You could click and drag. You could just click it up there. The easiest way, though, and the quickest way is to use Control and up arrow on the keyboard. Control up or down moves notes by octaves. And if you've just put in a note, then it moves that note. Right. So this is a really quick way of doing things. Let's add in our next bar. Well, what's great about the next bar is that it's exactly the same as the first bar. So I'm actually going to use Escape to get out of this note input mode. You can see when I press N, I'm in note input mode, input by note name. And if I press Escape, then I'm out of all those modes and I'm able to select again. Let's click on somewhere in that bar. Now we get this blue box and the whole bar goes blue to show that it is selected. And I can use R to repeat that bar, which is a really useful thing because so much of music is repetition. All right, now we're in the next section. So again, I'll choose 4 for a quaver and the rest. And now I'm ready to write in the next G. I do see these are chakaturas or grace notes there. We are going to ignore them for now. We'll come back to them at the end of this video. Right, so a quaver G, another quaver G, and another quaver G, and then it's the pause. And we've got our introduction. Okay, we'll come back to those just now. You're also seeing all kinds of articulation. We generally want to put in all our notes first and then go and put the articulation in later. It just becomes a workflow thing. You can work much faster if you're just doing one thing at a time. All right, now we have these sort of chords. We could also put in the bass line, but let's do these chords first. So accompanying chords, I'm going to start there. This one does start at the very beginning, so I'll choose a quaver, and I have a B. Oh, that's the wrong B. So remember, we need Control and up. That's right. And then I need a D on top of it. So I press D. Oh, but it goes to the previous. Oh, it goes to the next note. And that's not what I want. I want the B and the D together. So let's use undo, Control and Z. The undo tool is also, if you're in maximized, it's in the corner there. But let's just get it back to half size. There we go. So Control Z, very, very useful thing to do. You can also backspace, but that just does one note at a time. Okay, so we've got a B. Instead of just clicking the D, we're going to use Shift and D, and that adds the D on top of the B, right? So we can make chords now. So then I've got a quaver, 4, rest, 0, crotchet, 5, rest, 0, and then another B and a D sharp. So again, the B, Shift and add the D. But I don't actually want the D, right? I want the D sharp. And so, again, the D is now blue, or whatever your accent color is, and I can then move it up or down semitones just by using up and down arrows on the keyboard. So there we go, I've got a D sharp. Then again, quaver rest, crotchet rest, Hopefully you're getting used to those now. Quaver still is C, and add the E with a Shift E. Rest, C sharp with the up arrow, right? And E, and rest, and a D, and an F. And then some more rests, and I'll escape from there. Okay. And very quickly, let's just put in the bass line as well. We've got, it's essentially those bottom notes. So B, second up the octave, quaver rest, crotchet rest, B, quaver rest, crotchet rest, C, nope, quaver, C, rest, C sharp by pressing up, rest, and D. And there's our introduction. Okay, let's just make sure that we do have... No, I think when we add our articulations, we'll also add those acciaccatóras there. So obviously you're seeing how important it is to choose your duration first and then the note pitch. You can't do it the other way around. It's not going to work so well. All right, so we're ready now to move into our first section. And just to show you another way of inputting notes, which can be quite nice, I am going to go to the accompanying chords. So we've got the D, F, D, F, C, E, and C, E. And you're seeing how kind of annoying it is to use putting each individual note in at a time. It certainly works, but can you imagine if you had 5-note chords and things like that? It could get a bit tedious. Luckily, we have these things of MIDI keyboards, and MuseScore can capture that information from a MIDI keyboard and put it directly into your score. It cannot, unfortunately, do it in real time. Perhaps that's still coming with ASIO, but it can do it, we might call it step time, where you just choose the duration and press the notes. So let's set that up and I'll show you how it works. We'll go back to our edit and preferences, and then in the audio and MIDI section, and we have MIDI, and I already have this set up, my UMX61. I could also get MIDI from my Octocapture Roland device. If you have an external device, certainly we're getting it from the device. Okay, so we can grab MIDI from there, and let me just move my camera and show you how this is going to work. So here is my middle C. Right, there's middle C, and I'm looking for a B and a D. Right? No, a D and an F. Okay, so just in MuseScore, I'll make sure that I am in the right place. Yes, I am. I'm going to select my duration, which is the quaver, and then the rest. Remember, this bottom note is actually going to be part of our bass line, so we're going to ignore that for now and just have these chords. So this is a D and an F. Right, D and an F. And I'll just play them together. Fantastic. Then rest, D and F again. And rest, C. Oh, no, I forgot the rest. Hold on. Undo, undo. Rest. And then a crotchet, C, E. Continuing. Quaver rest. D, F, crotchet. Oh, where's our music gone? It's not following us. Okay, D, F, D, F. And then quaver rest. C, E again. All right, I'm going to just move ahead with some of these and make it go a bit faster. Okay, here we actually need the D sharp and the A together, so let's get those. Let's just go back to here. I'll note input, and there we go. And it's the E and the G. Good to notice when there are multiple notes in the top or the bottom, either one. And that should be a D sharp. It's currently an E flat. We know that those are the same thing. I pressed the right note on the keyboard. But it just assumed that I would rather be in flats than sharps, and so just by pressing J on our computer keyboard, it can find its enharmonic equivalent, and we can cycle through those. What I'm actually going to do is put in the melody first so that I can always see where I am in the score. That's going to be quite important, and so let's go and do that now. And for this, I will actually come back to my computer keyboard, because when I'm writing melodies, in general, melodies jump around a bit less than chords. and especially than bass lines. And so I'm hoping to try and do this with more of the keyboard. Let's have a look and see how fast I can do it. So we've got a quaver, we've got a rest, and then semis, D, E, quaver, F, A, oh, octave, ooh, B, D, C. Lotus again. Okay, now I'll try it with the computer keyboard, with the MIDI keyboard, and see if that gets any faster. Right, so I've got quavers. Why is this not following us? Okay, we'll just fix those up. But otherwise it's looking pretty good. Okay, it's time to probably put in our bass line then. So let's go in our first section. We have... Yeah, it definitely works much faster with the MIDI keyboard. So we've got, now we're in the bass line, bass clef. G, 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 and rest. G, and rest. G, C, probably. That C can be part of the bass. Crotched rest. Then G, rest. G sharp, rest. A sharp, B, B, E. And again we want an A sharp, not a B flat. Continuing, next bar. G, rest, G, rest, G, rest, rest. Rest, rest, there we go. Let's fill in these accompanying chords. So we're at bar 12, bar 13, no bar numbers. There we go. Rest. There we go. All right, we have at the end of our section. There are a couple of other ways to input notes in MuseScore. I've already mentioned you can just click on the duration and then click where you want it. There are two other ways that are most useful. The one is this input by duration. I think people who are coming from Finale would be familiar with this one, where you first choose the pitch and then enter the duration. I find that useful for percussion, so hopefully we'll get to see that a bit later. The other one is repitch existing notes. So perhaps you've got the right rhythms, but you just want to change the pitches, and we'll see how this is going to be quite useful later on as well. That one is hidden by default. You can get it back, but when we need it, we'll have a look at that as well. We've got them into pianos, and so we just want to listen to it basically and see that it is correct. So we're moving around our score, as we know. Let's actually make this full screen again, and we want to be able to listen. As I've mentioned before, here's the transport bar, and so I can just click play. As you can see, the shortcut for that is space, which again makes sense in lots of different media pieces of software. But you never know exactly where it's playing from. So if you want to go from the beginning, rewind to the beginning. And stop is, of course, just spacebar as well. Stop and start. And it will always start again from where you just were. All right. Perhaps you want to listen to a particular section. You can click on anything and play from that point. So I find it useful to use bar lines for this. So I'll click on a bar line. You could, of course, click on a note. Perhaps you're halfway through a bar and you just want to start there. That is a perfectly valid way of doing things. Some other really useful things with playback is perhaps I only want to hear these accompanying chords. And so I can just select that bar that I want to hear. All right, or perhaps I just want to hear the bass line from the beginning. So we've got all those kind of possibilities, and that becomes really useful because if I didn't have that, I would have to go into the mixer and mute things that I don't want to hear or solo things that I don't want to hear, and so I don't need to do that. I can just do that from within the score. Very quick and easy way to hear things. I can even select multiple things, so perhaps everything except the melody. So I'll choose the accompaniment, the chords, the bass line, so I'll use shift and then click on the bass line as well. Obviously, those at the moment are exactly the same thing, but perhaps here we can have. Right, so that can be quite useful. The other useful thing, using our metronome in our transport bar, that means we can just hear where the beat is. We can also toggle loop playback. So perhaps I just want to hear this last couple of bars and see what's going on there. Perhaps I'm practicing this and I can loop it. Right, and it could just loop over and over until I tell it not to. So let's do that now. Let's also turn off our metronome. We don't need that. Our music is doing a good job of keeping the beat for us. If for some reason I wanted to hear the melody and the bass line alone, I cannot find a way to select those and not the accompaniment chords. And so here's where I would need to go into the mixer. And we'll come back to the mixer later when we're really working with audio properly. But just as a brief introduction, I would then mute our Piano 2, which for some reason is still called Piano 2, even though we've renamed it. And now I only have my bass line and melody. However, let's leave that alone for now. The other last thing that we can do in playback for now, we're going to get more into this later, but that is we can change the sound that we are getting. So if I don't want to hear this on a grand piano, I can just go and choose a different sound, and let's say choose, I don't know, let's choose a bass guitar, just for the fun of it. Electric bass, right. So now as I play, if for some reason you wanted to hear that, I'm just going to go and put it back on grand piano for now. I don't want to hear things different. I'm happy with it being on a grand piano. But you're seeing we do have all of these options of different sounds. And that comes from the Muse sounds, which I mentioned earlier. It comes from the Muse Hub. And if you go to the Muse Hub, there it is. And we go to Muse Sounds. Because we're working with an orchestra, it's going to make sense to have a nice orchestra set of sounds, and luckily MuseScore has provided a really nice set of Muse sounds, orchestral Muse sounds. We do have to go fairly far down. We can find them in their different sections, but we want to go to the free section, which of course is always at the bottom, right? It has to be at the bottom. They want to get their money from the other things that they want you to pay for. There we go, free Muse sounds. And we've got drumline, percussion, guitars, bass trombones, keys, strings, choir. Where's our woodwinds? Skipped over them for some reason. Okay, there we go. Here's the full list of free Muse sounds, and there are a bunch of fantastic sets. As you can see, I've installed almost all of them. There's a new Muse handbells, which I haven't had the chance to experiment with yet. But a full orchestra is at your disposal, and so this is what we're going to be using, because I don't feel like you need to be paying when you don't have to yet. Perhaps later on you want to pay for some different or better sounds, but the Muse sounds are really very good, and so we'll start using those. Alright, so now I want to invite you to go and finish the rest of adding the notes in. I'm going to do the same, and if we find anything as we're doing it, I'll just add it onto the next video, which will be about adding articulation and dynamics. So, see you then. So here I am at the end of bar 28, bar 28, and I'm seeing that this next section is actually exactly the same as the last section, the A changed section. So I'm going to go and copy and paste that, and then just check and make sure that it's all the same. It looks like this one. So I'm going to select that using Shift, and then, so I clicked on the first note, and then Shift and clicked on the last note in the last stave that I want, then Control C, just as you would in a normal word editor, text editor, and then click where I want it to go, and Control V. And hopefully let's have a listen and read through the music as we go, and hopefully it's the same. We're over here, okay. And that saves a lot of time. Fantastic. We have run out of bars, so it's time to add some new bars, and we can do that with Control B. Or if you want to, you can go up here to the Add menu, Bars, and Insert at End of Score. And then we can choose how many bars we want. So let's make it another, 32. See if that's enough. All right, now we're in the bass clef. Now, something we forgot to do when we started this is to put in our key signature. So we better do that now and see how it affects things. So I'm going to go to my palette and key signature, and it's just one flat. So we can just drag it on at the start of that bar, and you'll see how it snaps to the bar, which is very nice. Okay, now we need to look for any accidentals, because here's the thing. Okay, that one should be a B natural, so that's fine. But you'll notice that when we were writing in the notes, it assumed that we wanted a B natural, which is fair, because we had the wrong key signature. But it keeps those notes. So here, for instance, should be a B flat. And it is not a B flat, it's a B natural. No, okay, it is a B flat. That one, however, there we go. That should be a B flat because of the key signature. It's changed the key signature, but it has not changed the notes that we input before we changed the key signature. So it's important to just fix that. But now we're fine, and that's the end, so we can change back to our key signature of nothing. So I'll just drag nothing on there, and it adds that natural sign. Good. Now over here in the bass line, the bass is the melody, right? But I'm seeing that there are these moments where we could use those repeated notes as a kind of bass line to go with those umchas at the top there. So let's do that. And I'll just say G, G, rest, G, G. These chords are actually in treble clef. So let's change clef here. Again, in my palettes, I'm going to clefs and treble. There we go. And let's get back our MIDI keyboard, which is so useful here. Now here it does change to bass clef, but I'm not too worried because it's still in treble clef range, so I'm just going to leave it in treble clef. And we see this little semiquaver thing there, so let's put that into our bass clef melody. There we go. All right, we have all of our notes in. So we are ready now to start inputting our dynamics and articulation. And let's actually start with our articulation. We are going to start with staccatos because there are a lot of staccatos in this piece. So we can see that the whole intro in the bass line has staccatos. So I'm actually going to select the accompanying chords and the bass line together. And that was with shift, right? So I'll select, shift, select, and click the bottom one. Then scroll along until we get to, there's the end of our intro. Wait, there it is. Not always easy to see. And we've selected all of those bars holding in shift. And now we can just go up here and select and click on staccato, and that adds staccato to all of those notes. We can deselect it if we want to. As always, I prefer the keyboard shortcuts, which is Shift S. And so while we're here, Shift S for staccato, Shift N for tenuto, Shift V for accent, and Shift O for the marcato accent, the hat accent. So those are really useful to have just, in your memory bank and to be able to use. So what about slurs? Well, I can have those two because this is a simple slur. I can click the first one and S for slur, very simple, and makes the slur there. Let's make those two staccato, slur again, staccato. Whoops, I use Shift S instead of S. It's okay, undo, remember, is always useful. Shift S. These are also staccato. Okay, and it's about time now that we add in these chacaturas or grace notes. So let's just zoom in on those. Ooh, there we go, we can see them nicely. And it is also fairly easy to add. We're going to click on the note that we want to add it to. We'll go into our palettes and we're looking for grace notes, which you'll notice is not actually in these palettes. It doesn't come in automatically. So when you first install it, you will need to add grace notes there. If you have any grace notes, but there we go, it appears at the top, and we can now pull that down, and we have a chacaturas, we have a poggiaturas, grace note crotchet, semiquavers. These ones are quaver chacaturas. So let's go edit. And you can see that it's just added the G just next to it. They have to keep it there at the same place. So let's move it down one note with the down arrow, but that's a G flat. We can either use J to find the enharmonic equivalent, or we can just go down and up, and often that's a simpler way. So I'll make it an F and then up to an F sharp, and of course slur it. There we go, that's what we're looking for. And we'll do the same thing here. In fact, I'm going to be a bit sneaky and just do this. Select those two and R for repeat. Hey, look at that. Isn't that so much easier? Great stuff. Okay, so we've got chacaturas, we've got staccatos, we've got slurs. Do we have any longer sections of slurs? Let's see. Yes, there's at least a 3-note one. So the 3-note one, I'm going to again click on the first note, shift, and select the last note in that slur, and S for slur. Fairly simple. All right, let's see if there's any other articulations that we want here. Otherwise, this is going to be a very sped up, just going through this thing and adding. Oh, there's a tenuto. Okay, let's go find our tenutos. That's on the crotchets. There we go. So I would have just made these staccato, and then we can select that one, tenuto, Shift N. Very easy. All right, now what about dynamics? So MuseScore has recently changed their dynamics system, and it's really nice and easy to add in. So it can, I'm just going to collapse this grace notes one. We can go to dynamics and drag things from here to the score, which if we're doing all the dynamics like this might be quite a useful way to do it. But there is, in fact, another way, and that is to click on the first note or the first rest where we want the dynamic. This one will be the first note, of course, and Control and D for dynamics. Isn't that handy? And it just brings up this quick list that you can use to add in the mezzo forte. So no matter where you are, maybe you've got other things open, maybe you're busy adding key signatures or time signatures or whatever else, you can always just get to the dynamics quickly. Now, something else that we need to make sure of in our orchestration is that when this one says MF, it's not just talking about the top, of course, is it? It's talking about these other notes as well. So we need to copy those into here. Okay, so we can do exactly the same thing. We can do Control D and mezzo forte, Control D and mezzo forte. Now already I'm sure you're seeing the annoyance of having to do this multiple times, and this is where the the palette comes in. So I can just open up that dynamics palette since we're dealing with dynamics for now, and I know that all of these should be forte. So again, I'm going to select them with our shift and then click the forte, and we get on both sides. As opposed to if I had selected both of them, Control D doesn't actually do anything. You can only Control D on a single thing at a time. So we need that one there, we need that one there. There we go. And then we need a piano. So let's go piano. Let's have that piano and that piano. It is convention that we don't write dynamics on rests, right? So even though this, let's just slide over here, this piano is here, I'm not going to add the piano, on this quaver rest because we want them to know which notes should be piano. It's very difficult to play a rest quietly or not quietly. Let's just add our articulation. Okay, now the other thing we want is this crescendo marking through these ones. And so to do that, very simple. Again, I'll select the bar because it is a whole bar, but I could have just selected a certain area that I want the crescendo to go over. In this case, it is the whole bar. And as you can see, we have it here, crescendo hairpin. And again, there is a keyboard shortcut. Keyboard shortcuts are definitely the way to go with all of these things. And so it is shift and then comma, or, it basically looks like the hairpin, right? It's the triangle brackets. I'm not sure what their proper name is, but shift and comma for a crescendo, or undo, and I can do shift and full stop or period if you're American for the decrescendo. So that really helps. And again, I'll just do those. I think I can do it on both of these. Hey, look at that, I can. Isn't that nice? The other great thing about adding dynamics and articulation is that you can hear them once you play back. So let's have a listen to this first section. Wait, have I got all my articulation? Bum, bum, bum. Let's just add it in. Okay, up to there is fine. Let's have a listen. Right, already that's making a big difference to getting a picture of this piece and how it sounds. And so we can start planning our orchestration. I'm going to go through quickly and add in all of the rest of the dynamics and articulation. Feel free to stick around, or I'll see you in the next one if you want to do it yourself, or jump to the next one and have it done for you. Here's our first accent. And slow. Okay, that's all the articulation. That took me a few minutes, but hopefully not too long. And back for the dynamics. Home, of course I can use home. Okay, dynamics, let's see. Piano. Computers are great and they can do lots of things on their own, but they can be a little bit stupid as well, and you need to tell them exactly what to do. So for instance, if you write a crescendo or a hairpin, you need to tell it where it's starting from and where it's going to. So in this case, we know that this crescendo is starting from a piano because it was already piano. That is fine. The computer is fine with that. But it doesn't know where it's crescendoing to, what dynamic is this and where is it coming back to. So I think what we want to do is be a little bit more explicit. So I'm going to make a forte there. Actually, let's make it a mezzo forte. Mezzo forte. And then it will diminuendo. And then end up back at piano. This step is very important to get right, because once we start moving this to different instruments, we know that our dynamics are already kind of in place. You can see how frustrating it is to put these into the different sections instead of just once on the piano. Now imagine this split among the whole orchestra, and you can see this will get very frustrating after a while. Another interesting one to notice with this crescendo is that it is a 2-bar structure, right? It lasts for 2 bars. But in the original, we don't have a line going through there. It doesn't really matter too much. We don't have to stick exactly. But if you want to, you can. You can go to the Properties tab and go to Style. if you've got the crescendo selected, and then you can just remove lines. So show line, that line is now invisible. It's still there. We can still see it, so that we can see how long it is as we're busy working with it, but it will not show up in the parts and score. And you can, if you just hide the invisible things on this score, then you can see it disappears. If I want to select multiple things and copy them, I can say click on this decrescendo pin, and then Control and click on the piano. That selects both of them at once without selecting anything else. Then I can copy and paste it to similar places in other staves. Very useful. We're seeing that this single note in the recapitulation section definitely is still forte, and then it's piano afterwards. And we're going to make a nice feature of that. Let's make it actually staccato as well. It's a hard, sharp hit. Nice. We have all of our articulation and dynamics written in as it was in the original, and we may still have to adapt some of those, especially when it comes time to make our mock-up. But in the meantime, we have them. Now we want to look at timing and tempo things. And so if you remember at the beginning, we added this tempo marking as part of creating the score, but its crotchet equals 100 and the original says Allegro. So let's actually just delete that. And if we just select the first note or the first bar, it doesn't actually matter in which one because a tempo marking affects the whole score. So we can do it really in any one, but I always just select the top one. And in our palettes, let's close our dynamics, we can go to tempo. And here we have a whole bunch of options, which is really nice. So we do have an Allegro there. And really, any of these are just text that have a tempo associated with them, just so that the computer knows something, in the region of what you want. So Allegro, for instance, sounds... And I feel like that might be a little bit fast for us. The crotchet equals 100 is not too bad, possibly a little bit faster. So how do we know what tempo marking that is? Let's just open this up. In the top right here, it tells you that the crotchet equals 144 is what it is currently set to. And that's because this one has, as its default, 144 beats per minute. And we can check that in properties, and you can see it follow the written tempo. Well, there isn't a written tempo, or you can override that with a certain BPM marking. And so if we can change this here, I can change this back to 110, shall we say? And now this Allegro marking works the same as 110 beats per minute, but it means that once we print it, it will not show that, which is quite useful. If, however, I want to add perhaps a metronome marking after this, it is quite simple. So I've just double-clicked on the text. This goes for any text. I can double-click, move to the end with my right arrow, perhaps add a space. We can add a symbol, which we can then go crotchet, and then say equals 120. Now I wonder if that will... So let's say follow the written tempo. It does. It recognized that we said crotchet equals 120. That's very nice. So now we can just change it here if we want to. Crotchet equals 110, and this tempo marking will follow the written. We could put that in brackets if we want to. I'm actually going to just take this out. I prefer to just have Allegro, and then we can override it there. All right, so that's the tempo markings. And there are quite a number of tempo markings, naturally. Obviously, there are some Italian ones. There are the metronome marking basic ones. So these ones, they're all equals 80. That's because they're templates, basically. If I'm in quaver beats, then I can say quaver equals, and then just change the 80 to something else with that double click. If I'm in a compound time, 9/8 or 6/8, or 9/8, 9/4 or 6/4, or 9/16 or 6/16 or 12/16, those would be good tempo markings to use there. We do have also for changes of tempo, moving from simple to compound, compound to simple, double time to half time, all of those kind of things can be really useful here. And then the gradual changes of tempo, accelerando, allegando, rallentando, ritardando, a tempo, tempo primo, swing and straight. And those ones are also really useful because swing does affect the playback of it as well, and straight is the same. So if you've seen my big band series, we used that a little bit in there. Okay, so that's our basic tempo. This one doesn't change tempo. However, we could make it change tempo if we want to in places. We can see if that would be worthwhile thing to do. For instance, Perhaps just for an effect, we would like to put in a ritardando here. It is fairly easy. I've just selected that with Shift, as we have done in the past, and then ritardando. And now we can hear. But of course now we're at a slower tempo, so we might just need an R tempo marking there. Actually, this is in the wrong spot. We want to do this at the key change coming back, don't we? Let's do it up till there. We want a ritardando and then an R tempo there. Let's see how that sounds. Left out some articulation there. Yeah, that's not bad. Perhaps we want a more obvious ritardando, so I'll just select that ritardando, go to Properties, and here in the Playback section, it's a 75%. If you want to do the math, then it's 75% of 110 beats per minute. I'm not going to do the math now, but obviously we can make it a smaller amount, so let's make it a 30%. That means, I think, we have that kind of thing. Okay, I don't think we want those here. Let's just delete those, but it's always good to see what we could do with our tempo markings. Let's close our tempo up. What we do also have, let's drag this to the left again, and again for some reason. There we go. What we do also have is a pause over here, so let's go and put that in. Let's go back to home, scroll along, and it's a pause on the rest to make sure that that rest is in there. So let's make those quaver rests as well. Let's just do it in here too, to be really sure. And then I'm going to select all of them, so Shift and then select the bottom one. They're now all selected. And here we have in breaths and pauses. So there's our standard fermata. We have a short fermata, a long fermata. I've never honestly seen those in any other music, but that's fine, they're there. So we're just going to choose our normal fermata and make sure that it comes in all of those there. And what do we have? Nice, that works. We can also, however, select that area again. In fact, I'm just going to select all the bars. It's just an easier way to select things. Because what if we want to make that fermata sound a bit longer? So we can right-click on any one of them and then use Select and Similar in this range. And this is a very useful feature that MuseScore has to be able to select similar things, right? In this case, all of the pauses. And then we can go to Properties and again Playback, and yep, there it is. The time stretch is 200%. That means it is lasting, whatever the pause is over, lasts double what it normally has. So we could make it last 3 times what it normally is. Just for a little bit more drama. Okay, and we of course have another one of those right at the end. So let's go to the end. I'll press End on my computer keyboard, and again I'll just select all of these. And we can go back to our palettes and the pause. I'm not too worried about how long that one is. If you want to set it, feel free. Again, you remember, just select them, right-click, select Similar, and then go into Properties. The other really useful thing in this set is we have breath marks, especially for teachers of brass and woodwind instruments, or for singers perhaps. These breath marks can be very useful if you're making educational content. Perhaps you also want to just show the musicians where... often string players forget that singers need to breathe, for instance. So if you have a soloist and you might just want to add a breath mark in, that's perfectly good. The other one is the caesura marking, which just means stop for a while. And so we could add that, for instance, where is it now? Where's our key change? There we go. Perhaps we want a caesura just after that section. So again, we can just select I think it's the note after. Let's make sure. Nope, that was wrong. So we select the rest or this note, and I want a caesura after that note, which means I put it in there and it does not come through to the others, which is slightly annoying. So we just select all of them and caesura. Okay, undo that. We have to make this a quaver rest first. Do that again. Caesura. And what do we get now? Okay, I think that's happening because we have other instruments hidden and other staves hidden, and the caesura is being put at the end of them. So it's not ideal. It's not... Yeah, I think let's just undo. Let's get rid of those caesura, and we can leave it alone. But it is there if you want to use it. All right, I think that's all of the things that we want to talk about in pausing and in tempo. Today we are going to analyze this piece a little bit and write in some chord symbols. One, because it's good to analyze the piece and know what's going on, but the other reason is that we can use them later actually in our orchestration to just fill out some of the chords if we want to. It may happen that some of these chords are outlining the chord but don't have the whole chord in them, and we could in an orchestra use that where in a piano it wouldn't have worked as well, or it wasn't practical. So we don't actually need our PDF anymore. I'm going to just maximize this, and this becomes much easier to work with when it's in full screen. All right, chord symbols are very easy to put into MuseScore. We can select where we want it to start. I'm going to put it on this melody one, and you'll see the reason for that is that we want the chords to change at different places. If it was just at the beginning of every bar, we could just do it on a blank one. But it does sometimes change depending on where the melody is or where the chords are. So I'm just going to do it on the melody. And we can go Control K, and we get to our chord symbols. I believe there are some plugins that can analyze music and write the chord symbols, but I think it's probably worthwhile to do it yourself, just to get practice at it. If you're really good at it, it can go very quickly. So in this case, we have a B and a D, and there's a G there that seems to be the main note. So I'm going to call this a G chord. And as I press space, we should hear it. Okay, this is because I've got it switched off at the moment. If you go into the cog up here on the playback section, you can see play chord symbols. There it is. By default, it is on. So if you don't like to hear the chord symbols, you can switch it off. And we're going to see how this is really quite useful fairly soon. Okay, then I can just spacebar through all the notes. This is all a G chord. The next one is a G augmented chord with that D sharp. So I'll just write G aug. There we go. I've got the augmented chord. I can get to the next bar immediately without having to space through all of the different notes by using Control and the right arrow. So Control and right arrow goes to the next bar. So this one is C, G, yep, C chord. But then it does change. This one is a C sharp diminished. So C sharp, can use the shift 3, the hash sign, and then diminished, I can either write dim. Lovely. If I want to go back one, I can use shift and spacebar. That just returns us to where we were. And I can also use, I think I can do this, 0. Oh no, that's a half diminished seventh, never mind. O. There we go. I can use the diminished sign, which is an O, not a 0. It's an O. But I think probably we'll rather write the dim. Just makes it more obvious. And then this looks to be a D minor. No, this is a G7, it looks like, actually. G7, but it's over D. And that means that the D is in the bass. So this D is the lowest note, and this is a G7 because it's G, D, F. There's no B. It's missing a third, so that might be one that we want to include later. Alright, and we can hear all those chords playing as well. Again, like I say, you can switch them off if you don't want to hear them. So play the chord symbols. We can also reduce their volume, perhaps. So let's go into our mixer. And the chords are always right at the end, even though the piano there is at the beginning. So right at the end here we have chords.piano, which means the chords that are on the piano stave. And they're currently set quite loud, so we could just bring them down if we want to. that's quite nice. These chords are just automatically, they're not following any voice leading rules as far as I know. They're just standard chords. The other useful thing about this is that we can change the sound of it. So it's automatically on a grand piano, but for instance, I could use my Muse sounds, which I've got installed, and select a... Where's my marimba? There we go. Select a marimba. And in fact, I can even solo them. Now all we hear is the chords. And you'll notice that the chords even respond to the dynamics, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's unsolo the chords. That can make it a bit easier to use. Okay, that's pretty much the idea of chord symbols. We can of course go through the rest of this and analyze it. So I did this earlier, and here are all the chord symbols. And you can see they change at various times. We've got A minor chord, we've got C7 over A sharp. There's a whole bunch of different chords here. Again, because later on we're going to be copying and pasting this melody, and you can see that it selects the chords with it. We don't want the chord symbols to get copied over every time. So let's create a new instrument. Let's make it an unpitched, actually pitched, and a marimba. Why not? Single stave. There it is, just under the flutes for some reason. Let's put it up at the top. Right, there's our marimba. We're going to rename this as chords. Chords. Okay, there we go. Then I'm going to select the first bar of this melodies. I'm going to hold shift and then press end, and that selects everything to the end of the line. Now, because I am on a page of unlimited width, that means that I've selected everything, right? I could also, if I was working in page view, I could use shift, control, and end. That would go to the very end of the piece. But I've done shift and end, and I've now got everything selected. I'm going to then click on one of these again and select similar in this range. Remember we did this a little bit earlier with some dynamics, I think it was. They're now all selected. Then I'm going to say cut and then paste them up here. And there we go. Now all my chords are in a different stave, and I can very easily just manipulate that as I want it, and use it however I see fit. But the chord symbols are separate from the melodies. One of the things that is really nice to do with our chords is to realize them, see them in their full state. And the easiest way to do that is, again, I'm just going to select this area and shift end to select the whole thing. And then I'm going to go to Tools and Realize Chord Symbols. And it says these are the ones that you want to do. Override, yes, let's override and say until next chord symbol. That's fine. Voicing is auto. We have a bunch of different options here. We can do jazz or literal interpretations. We can do various different voicings, which we might do later. We're going to keep it an auto for now, and until the next chord symbol. All right, let's say OK. It thinks for a little bit, and then it gives us this rather monstrous thing, which is all in one stave. But you can see basically that it's a bass note plus a chord. Bass note plus chord, bass note plus chord. And if I hear... Okay, we are just on... Let's actually, now that we have this in real notation, I can just not play my chord symbols, which means... And so this is quite a useful way of just finding those notes that we might want to have. And having a quick reference to the full chord that we analyzed earlier, instead of just seeing the basics one. Okay, that is chord symbols in a nutshell. It wasn't strictly necessary, but I think it might be useful later as we are orchestrating this for the whole orchestra and want to perhaps expand on some of these chords. Today we're analyzing in sections so that we can start planning how we want to do our orchestration. So let's have a look at this, and we'll probably just need to play it. I think we've heard already from the previous episodes that this is the intro. That's fairly obvious. It's an introduction. So let's just write that in there. And the A section starts after this pause, and we believe that that is an A. All right. Let's have a listen. A section. This feels like another A section. But it's not the same. So let's call it A prime. Here's a B. And this feels like an A again. A prime. Very much a C. C again. That's slightly different. C prime. A again. Okay, the original A. A again. We presume A prime. Okay, A double prime or A coda or however we want to call it. So there's our different sections. We may in fact actually want to call these, let's put them in there because that's kind of the new section. That one is there. C is there, C is there, okay. A is there, B is there, good. A prime will be here. Let's get rid of that one. Okay, so we've got our different sections, very nice. Now we want to also put that into our MuseScore file so that as we're working we can see all those different sections. Back in our MuseScore file, and again I'm going to do this on the melody section, but I think it will just come up elsewhere as well. We were saying that this section up until here is the introduction. So now we're adding some text. Eventually what we want to do is have each section with perhaps a double bar line and a rehearsal mark for our musicians, but for us for now we want to be able to see these different sections and where they are. So in the text section we have a system with a text line, which is quite useful because it shows, you know, a whole area, not just a single point. So I'm going to select that and okay, it goes to the top. And then in an ideal world we would double click this just as with any other text, and we'd be able to edit it. Unfortunately we can't, so we're going to have to go to properties and text and then the beginning text. So let's call this, let's type, and this is the intro. Okay, there we go, that's changed it. The next section goes from here until the next A section, up till there. And what I'm going to do, instead of swapping between palettes and properties, is I'm going to add all of them first, and then afterwards change the text. Okay, so this one goes until... Now this should be a bit quicker, because I can click on one, go to properties and text, and this is going to be the A section. This one is A prime. There we go. Now we've got that in, and that can help us a lot with our planning. They are all a bit close. I think we can just move them up. Clearly this one has not been super well developed in MuseScore yet. Yep, that's got all of them. Let's go to appearance, minimum distance. There we go. Alright, so we've got our sections. Finally, it's time to start writing into the orchestra. I know this has been a lot of planning and a lot of figuring things out, but it is definitely going to make things much quicker and easier as we start adding the sections of the orchestra. We're finally ready to get to the actual orchestra. We've done a lot of planning, but I promise it's going to be worth it. So we are going to start with the string section, and so we need to see what the string section is. Hopefully you maybe already know, perhaps you play a string instrument, but we're going to go into our layout tab, and we'll keep those ones up there, and the string section is always the last one. They're always right at the bottom. So we're going to click on the violins, shift to the contrabasses, and show all of them. And there they are. Right, they have come at the bottom here. So we've got violin 1, we've got violin 2, both of them use treble clef. We have violas, which use alto clef, cellos that have bass clef, and contrabasses that use bass clef. Now, luckily, we are going to be copying and pasting from here, so hopefully it shouldn't matter. Perhaps you don't know the alto clef, or you're a bit uncomfortable with bass clef, or any of those kind of things. Well, hopefully you've got bass clef and treble clef, because that was from the piano as well. But I know the alto clef can be a bit of a bugbear for people. Luckily, there are some solutions for that. One of those would be to go into our palettes and clefs, and simply just drag a treble clef onto the viola. And it will still be a viola, it will still tell you when it is in range and all of those kind of things, but at least perhaps you can read it a bit easier. Just remember that it will be some of the notes might be quite low in the treble clef. You can't think of it sort of as another violin. However, I'm going to undo that because I do prefer to work with keeping it in the alto clef, and it's probably just good for your brain anyway. So let's do that there. I'm going to leave the intro alone for now. We will definitely come back to it. And I'm going to go to our A section. Here's our A section. The first A section. There we go. A until the A prime. Just that little section. And see how we can move this into the string section, right? And we'll use them as a section on their own, kind of as an introduction to the strings. So we have melody, we have chords, and we have bass line. This one is fairly straightforward, but just to get used to the idea, let's actually go and mark these things in our PDF, because it can be a helpful way to just organize our thoughts before we start doing things in MuseScore and get worried about the technical difficulties that we come across there. So, because I have violin 1, 2, viola, cello, and contrabass, melody I'm going to put on violin 1. So let's use a different color. Let's say violin 1 is going to be in blue. That's easy enough. These middle parts makes sense to be violin 2 and viola, one on the top, one on the bottom, and that leaves the bass line. And so the bass line we can easily do on cellos, which is VC, as well as the contrabasses, and probably 8VB, which means an octave down, but we'll see that just now, how we're going to do that. And I'm going to say here probably pits as well. Let's have this can be a nice change for the basses, that instead of them bowing, they can do pizzicato or plucked. So now that we've got that, let's apply that to our score. So let's copy the melody first. There's our section A melody. We're going all the way over to the end of the section. Shift and click. Copy. Move down violin 1, we're going to make a crotchet 5, move to the right, quaver, move to the right, and from there now I can do Control V to paste, and there we go, it's all in. And we can hear how that sounds, of course. Oh, wait, it didn't take the dynamic for some reason, so let's just add that dynamic in. It's got crescendos, it's got everything else that we want to have. So that's pretty fantastic. It is quite fast. You can hear the sounds tripping up a little bit there. These, of course, are the Muse sounds, just to remind you that and this is the Muse strings section. So if you don't have them, you can go and download them for free from the Muse Hub. But in the meantime, let's get back to it. So then we said these middle parts are going to be on the second violin and the viola. So let's select that up until there and copy. Now the trouble is I've got two notes here, but I want to split it over these two sections. And the easiest way to do that is going to be to paste it in the top one, Control V of course, paste it in the top one, and then we're going to use a really handy tool that MuseScore has for these kinds of situations, which is under Tools and Explode. And Explode literally just takes the two notes and splits them apart. And it also duplicates the dynamics and any other articulation, so it's really, really useful. Let's hear that, what we've got so far. It's always good to hear sections. Very nice. And now it's time for our bass line. So let's copy from our bass line and select all of that. Control C. We'll Control V into the cello. That's quite a nice range for the cello, actually. It does go to the same as the viola. Right, you can hear that's the same note. And this is one of the reasons I love MuseScore, is the ability to hear things as we go and compare and play different sections is really, really useful. Okay, so that's in the cellos, and let's hear that. Wait, we don't want everything, just the strings. I think we need to add those basses as well. Let's hear the difference that they make. So if I control V again, I still had it copied, you'll see these notes look really, really high, right? And the reason for that, of course, is that the contrabasses, the double basses, are transposing instruments in a way. They sound an octave lower than they look. And so MuseScore remembers the pitch, the exact pitch that you copied, and it says, okay, how can I make this instrument sound like that pitch? And it writes it however it needs to. So that is quite important to remember. We want it actually to sound an octave lower, so that then we have the octaves in the cellos and contrabasses. Even though they look like they're playing exactly the same notes, the contrabasses will sound an octave lower. So let's just hear those together. Sounds like there were some notes that weren't coming out then. Okay, but that's fine. If we hear the whole thing. Very cool. You may have noticed some notes just not sounding very good. Those tenutos are not strong enough at the beginning of the note. They're meant for longer tones. Yeah, these sound libraries have their issues. We're not going to worry about it now. We're getting the general picture of things. Right. What I am going to do, though, is let's change this contrabass to a pizz or pizzicato. We can experiment with this as well in the other instruments, but a very common orchestration technique is to have contrabasses, especially in this kind of music, just if they need to be quiet in the background, but just adding that bass is to make them pluck it instead of play it with the bow. So we can go into text, and there is already a pizzicato one there. We could also use a technique text, Control T, and then just write in pizz. The great thing, though, of using this pizz text is that the Muse Sounds recognizes it and changes the sound automatically. We don't have to go in. Perhaps you've used a digital audio workstation before with sound libraries. We have to go and change key switches and things for to have different sounds. No, this is in the notation already. It's very quiet. And it gets a bit louder as we go. All right, so it is very, very quiet. Let's have a listen to the whole of the string section. Very nice. Probably around about this point, we want to start not having to select just the strings when we want to hear it. You know, we want to hear our orchestration up to this point. And so now is a good time to use our mixer. And let's mute all of these pianos. And that way, I can just click on a note, and I can just hear the orchestration. If I want to hear any of this, of course, I just need to unmute them again, but it's unlikely. Right? We don't need to hear these things right now. We can hear them once they're in the instruments. The other one that I'm noticing with this violin is that F is rather long, and I think it's losing some of the feel of the original piece. On a piano, da-da-da, bum, 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 and so I feel like that should be a staccato as well, and we can probably make it like that. Let's hear the difference. Much nicer, much lighter, and it fits the whole thing much better. All right, so that is our string section, or our introduction to the string section. Obviously, there are so many different permutations. You can feel free to play around, but just as an introduction, there they are. We will be going into the Woodwind section, and let's use section A prime to do that. And so let's just plan it out a little bit first. All right, so we're moving down to A prime section. We've got this nice little run coming up. There it is. And I think probably we want this melody in our top voice again. Our two upper voices are the flutes and oboes, so let's add them first, flutes plus oboes. And we probably want the flutes up an octave. Flutes in there in the mid range are not really strong enough to carry the melody that well. They can, but they're generally better in there above the stave. All right, then we have the chords. Let's put the chords in the clarinets. nice and easy way to do that. Those can be exploded as well into the 2 clarinets. And then we have the bassoons. And we've got 2 bassoons as well, but let's put the bassoons on the bass line. And we can probably have one of them going an octave lower as well to give it that beefiness if we want it. All right, let's go and see what we can do in MuseScore. So again, I'm going to go back to my layout section, find the woodwinds, which are at the top always. There's our flutes down to the bassoons, and this is a standard orchestral woodwind section. There they are, 2 flutes, 2 oboes, 2 clarinets in B flat, and 2 bassoons. Now each of them has very different colors, and so we might have to be aware of that when we're trying to make them sound like a section. But in the meantime, I think we'll be okay. So I'm going to select from there all the way to the end of the A1 section, which is there. Control C. We know the drill by now. We're going to copy this into the flute. Then a quick way to do this is to select that one now that includes the rest. Copy that and paste it there. Paste it in the oboes as well, I think. No, let's maybe just one oboe. Oboe is quite a strong sound. Have a listen to this. Right, it can cut through quite a lot. Then let's do our bass line. Put that in the bassoons. Where are we up until there? And also in the second bassoon. And the second bassoon can probably go down an octave. Yep, that's very safe down there. Let's have a listen to them. Right, they've got a nice punchy sound, even in the low register, which is really cool. And then our clarinets, we said we're going to have these chords, the accompaniment chords. Let's have a look. Clarinet, we'll do the same as we did with the strings. We'll paste it in with Control V. Then while we've got it pasted, Tools and Explode. And lovely, it goes in there. Let's hear them. Lovely. I think we also want to just right away take those to a staccato. Yeah, much nicer when it's short at the end. All right, we are left with an oboe and we're not entirely sure what to do with it. One of the things we could do is just add it to the chords. So I'm going to take the second clarinet one and put it in the oboe as well. And you can see MuseScore is wonderful. It shows us that this is too low for the oboe. That is not a note that is possible on the oboe, or if it is possible, it doesn't sound very good. And so a solution to that might be to take it up an octave, Control and up. We said we'll also do that with the flute. Let's take that an octave up, Control and up. It is quite high, but we're not seeing any red notes or orange notes, so we can assume that they are fine. And let's hear our woodwinds. Now, again, we've got a problem here because we haven't told them what dynamic to start at. So let's just do that quickly. In fact, I'm just going to copy this mezzo forte and paste it in all. Nope, can't do that. There we go. All right, we again need to just adapt some of our articulation. We definitely want those nice and short. Dum, da, da, dum, da, da, dum. What I might do is actually go and change these in here so that when we're copying and pasting them later, we don't get the same problem. Maybe I'll invite you to just make those changes. Right, definitely makes a difference. Let's hear it in here from the run. And we've also got some dynamics. We've got that lovely high flute and with the oboe at the bottom. And this is a fairly standard arrangement of woodwinds if you want them as a section. Well, now that we've got the woodwinds in there and we know the strings, why don't we combine them? In fact, let's keep the strings going, but just as an accompaniment to the woodwinds. So let's keep our bass. In fact, I will just copy the 2 bassoon parts into the cello and contrabass. Yeah, quick and easy, very nice. We can also probably copy the 2 clarinet parts to the violins and violas. And now what to do with this first violin? Well, this is where we get to the usefulness of having these chords up here. because now that I've got the chord, I can say, all right, what note might I be missing? And I can just add it in to that first violin. So I'm actually going to just hide my woodwinds for a second. This is the usefulness of this layout panel. Right, there we go. And in fact, let's hide the bass line and the chords and the melody. Yep, even those. Let's just hide them all away. We just want to look at the chords for now and the strings. Right, we're in our A1 section, A prime section. There we go. And so I can see, okay, there's an F. I could have a G in that chord as well, although I've already got the G down there, so perhaps I want the B. An E there, a C there in alto clef. What was this? D, F. Okay, yes, D, F, and G or a B. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to copy this violin 2 part. Because we want it to have the same rhythm and the same dynamics and the same articulation. But now we can use this feature that I talked about earlier on, but we didn't actually get to. And that is, let's select that, and we'll use re-pitch existing notes. If you can't see that in your toolbar, don't worry, it is off by default, even though I find it one of the most useful tools. But if you can go to the Customize the toolbar, and you will find it here in re-pitch existing notes. We'll probably have that eye closed. You can just open the eye, and it will appear there. All right. And it has a shortcut as well, Control-Shift-I, although I don't use it often enough to warrant that. But what this means is that I don't have to worry about the duration of the notes that I'm adding now. I can just focus on the note pitches, and it will just change those notes to that pitch. So I'm going to choose, let's say the B at the top there. Then we have a C, E, let's have a G. Let's have, okay, it goes back to the same one, so let's go for a B. Let's see, we've got a C, a B flat. We think this is a C minus 7. Interesting. I wonder why I thought that. That's more likely just a C7 of a B flat. So let's have the E, G, and the E. It can come up to the F. And the G. Yep, so far so good. And we've already got the F sharp there, F sharp, C, D. So let's have an A, C, and A. And then here we've got B, C, and F, E. So we probably want G, G. All right, let's hear that with the other strings. Very nice. And let's hear it with all of the woodwinds as well. So let's bring them all back. Come on back, woodwinds. There we go. In fact, shall we hear it? No, just the woodwinds, this A prime section. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. And the other thing is, now that we have these woodwinds, let's turn our attention back to this introduction. Let's bring our melodies, chords, and bassline back. And I think this is going to be a good place where we can use these accompanying chords and bassline to probably have in pizzicato, in the strings, plucked, and then we can have perhaps a solo. Maybe we should be planning this, hey? Let's do this on the PDF. Okay, let's start with our strings. We are going to say this one can be strings, pits, and then the melody, shall we have it just on a single clarinet? I think that'll sound quite nice. Probably over here, as it gets into the higher range, we can add the flute. We want just a nice gentle opening. It is mezzo forte. Shall we see how that sounds and then see what else we might want to add later on? Let's take our melody up till that point. All right, let's add it to a clarinet. That also gives us a chance to hear the clarinet as an instrument that can go higher, can go lower. It's really very versatile, the clarinet. Now, something else you'll notice as we add that clarinet is that it has a different key signature and even different notes compared to the original melody or compared to our violin, right? This is because this is a clarinet in B flat. If you want to hear about why these things are in B flat, I did make a video about transposing instruments. Feel free to go and check that out. We don't want to spend too much more time on it now, but there is a way that we don't have to be thinking in different keys, and that is down here. We can click on concert pitch, and now, thank goodness, everything is in the same key, and we can think like that much easier when we're moving notes around. It is often a good idea to just toggle that off. Let's see what the notes are that they're actually going to be reading. We can get an idea of how nice it's going to look, the ranges that they're going to be in, and the kind of sound quality that we can expect. But for now, I'm going to keep that on. The clarinet is just one note away, so it doesn't affect it too badly. What I am going to do here is add some text. So Control T for an instruction text or a technique text, and let's just add that this is a solo. And you'll notice as we add this, I can just add it as, nope. There we go. We can make it italics so that it just sticks out a little bit better. All right, clarinet there. We said we wanted the pits strings here. So let's copy them first and then add the pits as well. Here we go. I think let's add the lower voices in the violas and cellos. So let's expand those, explode, beg your pardon. There we go. And let's also add our pits. That's in text pits. We can then copy it and paste it onto the cellos. Oh, there we go. There's the pit sound. Let's hear how that sounds. Yeah, that's very effective. However, let's also add it into our violins. Wait, we can't select the whole thing, otherwise it will overwrite that. Let's just select up until there. Perfect. Yes, that's what we want. In the same octave, let's hear. Or should we take an octave up? Let's spread our strings out. I think that's quite nice. And we can even add this one an octave, maybe even 2 octaves lower. How does that feel? We need to make this pits as well. My apologies. Which means that we can then take that pits out there because it is assumed that it carries on. Although now that we say that, that means that these need to be told to not be pits. So that is arco. There we go. Arco marking up there. Let's copy that to the other strings, except not the double basses. Let's see what that sounds like from the top. Yep, that seems to work fairly well. Very nice. With the clarinet now. Whoops. We've unmuted our pianos for some reason. I think it was when we hid them and then brought them back again. It thought we wanted them unmuted. Very nice. We said we wanted to add the flute here. Let's do it. Yes, lovely. We do just need to add that that rest in as well. I think though, actually let's come back to this section and just have a listen. Might be a little bit heavy on the melody. Shall we leave that to the oboe? And then let's use the flutes as kind of a little accent. So let's give them not those ones. Let's take out all of that. We'll just add some dynamics back in. Just give them the little twiddle-littles. That's the technical name, of course, the twiddle-little. Yeah, very nice. Then take out those. Yeah, we can take out sort of, keep them on the second half of the bar. Then on the first half, take out the, oops, I've been taking out too much, hold on. Oboe still needs to have it. Dum, dum, dum. Yep, that'll work nicely. Give it back to the oboe for a little while. And then end off all together, I think. Yeah, that seems to work nicely. Let's hear that. I think we probably need to just adapt this to give it a bit of a stronger feel. Yes, that's nice. That keeps the melody coming through while not being, so not let it be overpowered by the accompaniment. Very, very nice. Okay, so we've seen how we can use woodwinds, we've seen how we can combine woodwinds with strings, and there are so many colors we can play with. Today we're going to look at the brass section, and so our first thing is let's unhide them. They've been hidden away for too long now, from the horns all the way down to the tuba. And they, of course, come underneath the woodwinds, between the woodwinds and the percussion, but our percussion is still hidden. And we traditionally have a horn in F1 and 3, horn in F2 and 4. You will get people who maybe fight about that, if it should be horn in F1 and 2, and then 3 and 4. It's an old tradition. It comes from the days of transposing crooks and all those kind of things. Anyway, 2 trumpets. You might have 3 in your orchestra, and then 2 trombones and a tuba. I actually, I'm a trombone player. I think we need a 3rd trombone. Of course I do. So I'm going to press I for instruments, and let's put in a bass trombone. There we go, bass trombone, and let's add it to the score. Does it come in the right place? Ooh, no, it does not. Where has it gone? It's gone underneath the oboe. Right, let's move it down to its proper place below the other trombones. That's it. 3 trombones and a tuba. Let's include the tuba in our... Whoops. Undo. These things are being difficult. Okay, we'll come to that at the end. Maybe there'll be an update by the time I've finished with this. But we have our 3 trombones and the tuba. So let's do them in our B section. But for the brass, I think what we're actually going to do is let's make them accompaniment first. So, because they have a nice homogeneous sound, and this melody is, I'm not going to say it's too fast, but there's quite a lot of jumping around. It could possibly work on a trumpet. I doubt that it would work on a horn. It goes a bit high. If you take it an octave down, it might be too low. Anyway, it's some difficult bits. So let's make them accompanying this section, and we can hear what they can do as accompanists. So let's again hide away our woodwinds, and let's work with the brass. So easiest one to start with is the bass line. Let's take that for that whole section. Paste it into the tuba. That is quite high for a tuba. We can definitely pull that an octave down. The bass trombone could possibly stay there. We can see about that. Yeah, I think the bass trombone can be there. That's fine. Then, of course, our chords. Let's put the chords in, well, pretty much everywhere, right? But let's start them by going into the trombones. And again, as usual, we can go tools and explode. That very, very useful function. That's a little bit far away for that. Okay, we'll see what we can do about that. Actually, no, let's fix that now. So the trouble is that we had just a single note and not 2 notes in our original piano part. And so we need to just expand that out if we can, if we want to, which we do. So let's do it. This is a, let's look at our chord. It's an E7. So we want G sharp, E, and D. We could have a D there, followed by a C. And by the way, to do this, I should have said, I am just moving them up and down, but while holding Shift and Alt. And Shift, Alt, up and down doesn't move by semitone anymore, it moves in the key, or we might say diatonically. And so this can be useful if I want to change the note that I'm on, but not have to worry about going through all the different semitones and working chromatically. Okay, so let's have a look at that one. How's our lower brass looking? It should be fine, I think. The trouble is that the trombones in here just are ridiculously soft. When anything less than a mezzo forte, the trombones really just disappear. That is a sound library thing. I can promise you that trombones don't disappear normally when they play piano. They can play quiet, don't get me wrong, but they do not disappear. All right, let's see what we can do with the other instruments then. We kind of just want to fill up the chord going up there. So let's copy it across into the horns first. Let's work our way upwards. I think we can probably have... Let's have this one to make sure that G sharp is fairly strong. We can have it in the trumpet up an octave. And then the trumpet one will do something extra on top. Well, let's paste it in there as well, and we can go and move things just now. Okay, we're getting a bit confused here. Trombone, the highest note of the D, so let's just have one horn in the middle for now. Let's put this horn on D. D is fine to start, but after that, what's our chord? E, we don't have any. We've got some E's in the bass. Let's put an E in the top there. D, E. Here can be an F sharp. In fact, this is almost following our F sharp, G sharp, and A. That might be going a bit high for us for now. Let's just bring it back to the E's. I can join the trombone on that. Back up to E's there. Okay, we've got a nice sus chord in there. Let's see what should we go there. How about the D? Those should all work. Okay, now we need something for this other horn. Probably in between, little bits of in between. Okay, in between these two trombones actually there's a nice gap there. So let's put it in there. And again, I will copy, paste, and then let's change the notes. So we want a B, not that B, low B. There we go. B. Should we have a C? Nobody's. Oh, they've got the C, D. Let's go down to the A. Meet the other lower trombone. Then up to the C to meet the other trombone. Why not? And then a D, we can have the 7th, and back to the C. Yep. To the B's. Some more A's, same as the beginning. Let's have our suspension in the horns, and to the B. And then probably we can just copy that and put it in our trumpet 1, but up the octave. Alright, let's see how that is sounding with the brass. Yeah, that sounds fairly alright actually. I am quite happy with that. We've got obviously things like, we have densified this, right? In the beginning with our melodies and accompaniment. Our accompaniment and bass line are kind of what you can do with one hand, and we can definitely expand that to be a bit more of a dense texture in the brass. Okay, now what about this melody? Well, here we go. Let's add... I really like the sound of the oboe and the bassoon together, so let's just unhide one oboe and one bassoon. We can give them a little solo together. So let's take that melody to the end of the section. Why not? Copy it. Control C. Paste it in there. Paste it in there. Oh, that's a very high bassoon. Let's bring it down an octave. There we go. It still goes fairly high, but I think it will sound quite nice. And we just need a dynamic as well. It's all these little things that if we do them now, they won't come back to bite us later. Let's just hear those two. Yeah, we need to change our articulation. Let's change those to a quaver, but staccato. There we go. Now let's have a proper listen to the bassoon and the oboe together. Lovely. Let's hear it with the whole section coming out of the woodwinds. Let's bring our other woodwinds back. I really like that. It's got that, I want to say almost Eastern European flavor with the bassoon and the oboe, and then these just quiet brass chords in the background. Yeah, I like it. Now the other thing that brass are really good for is adding a little bit of power. And so let's go to the beginning where we have this intro, right? Bum, bum, bum. And just like we added the flute for a little bit of sparkle on the top, we can also add the brass in for a bit of power on the bottom. So let's add probably just the trombones in there. Let's see how those sound. And again, tools explode. Right, let's see what we got. Wait, we need to give them a dynamic. Can't just not give them a dynamic. They are mezzo forte. And I think it was the same here. Yes, this one needs a dynamic as well. Let's just adjust that crescendo. There we go. From the top, please. Yep, that works nicely. How about maybe the horns as well? Is that going to be overkill? Let's see. Yeah, it's lost a bit of that punch. Horns can have punch, but they tend to have a rounder sound. If you want punch, we want trumpets, but I think we want to just keep it in the low range actually. And let's just do what we did with the other one, which was, of course, add this on the trombone and tuba. Let's even make it 2 octaves down. There we go. I wonder, should we try add this in the trumpets? Up an octave. Certainly does add punch. I think what we rather want to do, though, is let's delete that. Let's take this one, just the last note, and put that in the trumpets. 1 up, 1 down. Let's see. Yeah, that keeps the forte going even after they hit. Maybe we can just take out the grace notes. I think that might even sound even a little bit better. Yes, that's it. That's what we're looking for. We don't need the grace notes in the trumpets. The flute and clarinet can do that. All right, so they are useful for adding some power as well. All right, so we've done an A and an A prime. We've done the B section with the brass and the woodwinds, and now we get to another A prime. And so it kind of makes sense to bring back very similar to what we had in this A prime. So let's do that, but probably changed a bit, right? We have to change things always. So let's do it from here. Let's take the melody. How about adding that to a clarinet this time? Give the clarinet a bit of a solo. How about a flute? Let's see about some runs there. This flute up the octave. It's a little bit much though. Perhaps we don't want all of those notes, just some hits. Dum 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 dum. How about that? Take out the semiquavers in the top flute. Dum 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 dum. Dum dum. Runs are good. Dum. Then again. I think at this point you kind of need to experiment on your own a little bit. If you want to keep following me, feel free. But also feel free to go and try this on your own and see what you can come up with. Seems like that's the one that everyone should have together. Now here's another cool feature of using woodwinds. Is actually, let's copy this flute to the second flute. Take it down the octave. But how about not down the octave? Let's go and just be a bit creative here, and let's try it in thirds. What do we think? It's not too bad. Already we've got we've got that going. Ooh, those need to be staccato. As does that, and that, and that. Which means that as well. That, and that. There we go. That's better. We do just need to make sure that it is fitting the chord. So I've got going up to an A. This is a G7 chord, so probably not that. If we want to adapt that, then I can just make that an F sharp, maybe. We have a little skip. No, that does not work. It needs to be the A, I think. Even though it fights against the chord. Okay, what's happening here? Ah, I see. We need a little chromatic. And even that works quite well. Perhaps we could be rather a third lower, so that we're on the C and the G. I mean the E and the G. Yeah, there we go. That needs to be an F sharp to fit with the chord. Yes. So just by adding these little things, we can make it, give it that bit of character. We can probably add that one to the clarinet 2, but an octave lower. Yeah, let's see how those clarinets sound. Lovely. Oboes, what should oboes do? Oboes can probably just do some chord work. Let's get them doing that. Here we go. We'll copy that, we'll paste it, we'll explode it. Take it up the octave. Right. Bassoons. Are they going to be boring and just have the bass line? Or should we? Yeah, no, that's fine. They'll get their turn. Fear not, bassoons. Let's have it all together, and then from there we can go an octave lower. How about that? As we crescendo. Yep, that's very nice. Although, perhaps, this oboe is a little bit higher. We're hearing that oboe coming out even above this melody, which is not great, especially in these tenuto marks. So let's take it down the octave, and here's another useful trick when orchestrating. Because this oboe 1 is lower than oboe 2. What? Who ever heard of such a thing? So I'm going to cut it, Control X. Then I'm going to select the oboe 2 and drag it up to oboe 1. That has now moved it to oboe 1, but I still have in my clipboard the oboe 1 part, which I can then paste in oboe 2. And we have a quick way of just moving, swapping parts. Right, let's go ahead and listen to that. Yes, very, very nice. Okay, let's add the strings to this, I think. Let's take the melody for our first violin. It's been a while since the first violin had a melody. They've just been doing other stuff. Let's give it to them there. All right, great. Chords, probably from the oboe. Yeah, we can probably copy those chords from the oboes. And also probably take that one down the octave into the cello. That might be quite nice. And then the bass line is the bass line. But I think we can have probably not pits anymore. Let's change that. Palettes, text, and arco. There we go. What are these strings sounding like right now? Bottom. We just need that to be staccato as well. There we go. And now that we've introduced the brass, it would be criminal not to use them again. So again, probably just as we're doing that little crescendo coming up, this section here. So let's get them from, let's see, what should we do? Should we get just some chords? How about that? Jump, jump, jump. Okay, wait, bass line first. That's the easy one. Bass trombone. And the tuba down the octave. Okay, we need to give them a dynamic and some way of moving on. But let's come and do that just now. Rest of the chords. Why not in the trombones? It's a nice range for those trombones, actually. They sound good up there. Explode it out. Yep. In the horns as well. For sure. Why are we staccato? Ba-dum. I'm sure that's actually supposed to be a slur. Right, let's just go change those. Ba-dum. Trumpets. What can trumpets do? Trumpets can also have chords, I think. You know what? I actually like this. Let's keep that. Let's have that in a trumpet. And a trombone an octave lower. Why not? Let's hear those. Yep, that works for me. Although this forte is a bit brash. Let's change it to a mezzo forte. Much more genteel. Lovely. All right, the other trumpets. Let's complete the chords, shall we? Do our old trick. We've got an A, C, so we need an F. Let's do an F in the second trumpet. So we'll have changed the notes. F, followed by C over G, so probably a G. No, we've got a G, we've got an E. See, oh, we've got everything. Okay, so why not the G? F, G, D7 over F sharp to the F sharp or to the A? Probably the A. And then let's copy those ones in as well. Change the notes. What do we have here? C of G. C, E, let's give it a G. No, that chord is wrong. What's this? A bottom C major. It's probably an F. F A C. And then G G. Yeah, let's try that. And then we just need some new notes up here. Let's go with probably those ones. A C C. Ooh, let's maybe not have the seventh there. Let's have the root. Okay, give them all some dynamics. Back into our palettes. Dynamics. Mezzo. No, probably let's go for a mezzo piano crescendo. Right, hairpin bends probably easier to put in than the crescendo marking. Okay, let's have a listen to this section. Have we got everything we need? I think so. And in general, let's just change all of these to mezzo fortes. I think the brass cannot not get to that point yet. We might get there later. It works. That's fine. Okay, we've just been copying some clefs in here. Let's take that clef out. So we've seen how brass can work in a section. We've seen a little bit of how they can work as soloists. I'm sure we will see some more later if it warrants it. So now we've covered the main sections of the orchestra, certainly the melodic sections and harmonic sections. We do still have the percussion, but we'll come back to that. And so I now invite you, if you would like to complete the rest of this orchestration until the end. Of course, if you're not feeling comfortable with it yet, feel free to stick around and let's go through it together, shall we? So we're looking at our C section. We have a melody in the bass clef for the first time, so it's probably a tenor kind of melody, and then swapping out with the soprano, tenor again, We've got some chords, a bit of high chords this time. These were in the treble clef originally, but we've just kept them in the bass clef here. And so it's a good opportunity to mix things up a little bit and see what we can do differently. So I'm going to start actually with the melody, and let's give that melody to our tenor kind of instruments. So that would be bassoon, it would be trombones, horns possibly as well, and cellos, of course. So let's copy this from there. And let's start in the bassoons. And in this case, we're just going to make it a nice unison, possibly in octaves. I think let's keep them in unison. Let's add the horns, see how it works with their range. Once we move out of concert pitch. Yeah, that's a nice range for horns. To the trombones as well. And I think let's just do it the first two trombones, not the bass trombone. Bass trombone can still be a bass here. And then the cellos as well. All right, so we have... And we're also hearing that this is a bit more legato, whereas the previous, there were quite a lot of staccatos. This theme seems to be a little bit more legato. Possibly we can... add to the staccatos to the ends of those, but I think it's quite nice to have a different kind of melody for our C section. And then we need to obviously have our bass line, and then we can fill in the chords in the middle. So let's take our bass line for that section, and it makes sense to have that still in the bass trombone. Where are we? Third bar, second bar, bass clarinet, bass trombone, and let's even have an octave lower, give it a real bass feel. Yeah. It's not very loud, but it doesn't need to be. And of course we can add it to the contrabasses as well. Yeah, very nice. That just emphasizes those notes. And now what to do with the chords? Well, if we're using our tenor range for the melody, we don't want to have our chords in the tenor range as well. So, and that's why this makes sense to have these notes up higher here. Interesting, now we have 2 notes there, but 3 notes here, and then even 4 notes. Is that correct? Okay, so in these chords for the first time we have 2. So in these chords we have 2 notes here, but then 3 notes here, 3 notes there, and then back to 2. So we might have to use a slightly different technique when we are exploding. But let's put those in. Well, how about the upper woodwinds? Let's see what they do there. So I think let's copy and start with the oboes. Right, then we can tools, explode. Okay, and interesting, as it explodes, it goes to, so it duplicates the second one in the lower voice sometimes. Oh yes, for that first one. And then later on again. So I don't think we actually want the clarinets here. Let's leave the clarinets out. We've got plans for them later. But we've got the oboes here. That's quite nice. Let's also copy that to the flutes. How about an octave up in the flutes? But instead of having that up there, what should we do? This is the 7th of the dominant 7th. Yeah, C7, the B flat. That's actually such a nice little thing there. So let's bring this one down to the E. How about that? Which will be E, and then is an F in the middle, yes. How about that? Yep, that seems to work quite nicely. Those are in the higher range, then they're making space for us to hear clearly this piano melody. Yeah, that's very nice. I like that. Okay, and then we have this semiquaver little run. And I think the clarinets will be perfect for that. So let's bring them in here. And they might as well play it together. And then again, we have bassline and chords. So bassline is bassline. Let's keep them on it. In fact, I'm sure we can just copy this bassline to the end of that section. That is now bass trombone, tuba, and contrabass. And all of them an octave lower. And then equally this melody coming back even up till there. Yep, let's do that. In the bassoons, the horns, and the trombones, and the cellos. Right, we might want to make some slight adjustments, especially towards the end of the phrase. It's always nice to do something a little bit different than just pure the sameness. But in the meantime, let's start there. And then again, we've got chords. We can probably just... In fact, it looks like the same... No, it's not the same chords. It does change. So we're going to have to work it out. I think let's get up till there with against the bass melody. So we did it in the oboes. We had it exploded. This one that we took up to the flute, up an octave. And this one, copy and paste up an octave. I think that's the one. Let's just make sure all our notes are there. Yes, perfect. Bassline is there, right? So we need these chords are missing. Don't want to get distracted with what we're doing. Okay, so we've got the basses. We need the chords. It's just simple 2-note chords. Where shall we put those while we're doing against the clarinet? How about some horns? I just want to make sure we're copying the right things. Well, the violins and violas also are not doing anything. Let's put them in there and explode. Yep. And equally in the horns. Why not? Yes, yes, yes. Explode only does by whole bars. You can't select just a section of a bar to explode, so that's why it replaced that. It's quite a lot for the horns. I wonder if we could be better doing that on the trumpets. It is low for the trumpets, but not too low. Yeah? Let's see. Maybe give the horns a bit of a rest. Horns are nice for doing in-between bits because they blend with everything, but we don't want to give them too much. So take those away. Right, let's see. Yep, that lets the clarinets shine out a bit above that other stuff. Good. And then, right, we're coming to the section that changes, the last 4 bars of this section. Clarinets again can take this. Why not? But it may be that we add someone else to it as well. How about we add the first violin? I think that'll make sense to the end. And we've got a forte. We want that bigger sound, so let's add in some more instruments. We also want... What else do we want? I think that's fine for the melody. And then some chords in the middle. Now we want to fill it up a little bit. So let's copy those. Shall we take some... Yeah, back in the trumpets. Let's see what they do with it. Might be a bit low for them. Explode them. It is quite low there. Yeah, that will not sound good on a forte. If we take it up... Yep, that works for me. We've got a lower trumpet and a higher trumpet, so let's flip those around. Remember, we can do this with Control X to cut. Then we select this one, drag it downwards, and then paste the other one. Okay, some more filling in, I think. Shall we have our bass line in the trombones again? Probably up the octave though. And I think the C can come up as well. Let's bring that C up too. in the bass trombone. Doesn't need to go all the way down to the low C. The tuba's covering that. Yeah, now we've got a stronger bass. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, the horns can probably also join in here. Let's actually have them on the lower version. So let's copy that one. Just have to down the octave. There we go. Okay, that'll work. It's not great sounding there, but that's fine. And of course our strings. Let's fill in the strings. Let's just take the trumpet one again. No, let's just copy it from here again. We know that it's correct there. Bum, bum, bum. Right, to the strings, yes. Let's do the same that we did here with the jelly, up the octave, and even up the octave again. Explode this out. It is quite low, but so is our melody, right? That's fine, I think. Flutes and oboes can rest, that's fine. Other instruments are leading this one. Bassoons, should they also have the bass lines? Why not? We're kind of creating our own little melody here. Let's have that one go down so that we have some of that extra octave. All right, and our C section. Let's have a listen to it. I think we need to make those staccato. Surprised they weren't to begin with. Probably just forgot to put it in, and that's okay. Right, let's hear again. Which leads us to pam, big accent and staccato. All right, in this section, this is our last section. This is kind of the recap and coda. Let's see, we've got an A. A comes back and then the A coda as well, yeah. So we expect it to sound fairly similar to the opening, but they've got this really nice change, which is on the first, we normally have had an upbeat, right, the beginning starts with the upbeat, yes. Bum, bum, bum. And that is left out in favor of just a single hit in the bass with a G. And I think let's use that little moment and orchestrate it a bit. So we can just, how about giving that whole thing to the whole orchestra? Unfortunately, we've lost our, there we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go through all of them and copy and paste them. If only there was a way to do this in a batch, but at this stage there is not. So we're just copying and pasting the same note into every single instrument. And obviously our octaves are all over the place. So let's take them. Why not? Low G. Let's get them on that G. That G is fine. Let's get them on the high G and on the high G there. So we've got a full string. Lovely. Brass can be that low G, that low G. That G is fine. Let's get them up. Let's get that up. Trumpet 1 can hit the high G for sure. They can stay on the low G. They can go up. Let's hear the brass. Yep, I think so. Yes, nice full chord. Not even a chord, it's just a single note in octaves. Bassoon 2 down, clarinet, yeah, can go up. Okay, all of the upper woodwinds can go up, and the flutes can go up an octave, if not 2. Ooh, do we go up 2? Here's our question. Do we take... Okay, let's hear it. Very gentle. We need a dynamic, of course. We need a dynamic indication. So let's go Control D forte. Let's copy it into everyone. That did not work. Oh, right. Okay, so when doing dynamics in bulk, we can do it, but not by copying. We have to go to the palettes and dynamics and forte. There we go. That's a nice solid hit. And if we take the G up, it's kind of piccolo region. Oh, that's nice though. And it will come down from there. All right, lovely. All right, we're heading to the end. Let's see how we're going to do this. Let's copy. Always good to copy things when we can. Not always good, that's a lie. But we can in this case. Copy from here. I'll just take from that one up to there. Yep. Back to the A section. There we go. And then this needs to be piano. Those are all piano. That needs to be piano as well. Right, so the strings are sorted. Okay. And then, I mean, we can't just have just the strings, can we? Even though it is just the A section. So we need to do something else. Quite like this little figure that we had in there from the A prime. So should we recreate that? We're just going to copy that into our first flute, take it an octave up, and then remove, what are we removing? All of these ones. Diddle-diddle, diddle-diddle, yep. That was quite a nice feature. Take all of those quavers out. Bum, bum, bum. Yep. Let's put that into... how about... Let's tell you what. Let's do this in the oboe here, an octave down. Yep, that's good. And how about let the second flute take the octave with the violins? But they can take little rests there. It is important to give our woodwinds rests. They can do that together, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Rest. Dum, 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 dum. Yes. Let's hear our woodwinds there. Oh, we need a dynamic. Control D piano, Control D piano. There we go. Yep, that's good, that's good. I think let's leave the brass out of this section again. It is the recapitulation. So let's just have our bass line. I mean, we can pretty much just copy from the strings, actually. Let's take our bass line from there to the bassoons. Yeah, we can have bassoons in octaves, I think. That's not a problem. Which only leaves second oboe and clarinets, okay? Well, how about the second oboe kind of does what this flute is doing? Yeah, I think we can do that. Oops, pasted in the wrong place. Careful. There we go. And then clarinets can do our, yes, our violas. Okay, let's hear it from this big forte. Yep, that works. Here is an opportunity to be a little bit more creative, I think, with this big chord that we've got as well. If it was just a bass, we could just use the bass note as well. But I think if we want to... You're hearing the ring on that note that really lasts a long time. In a concert hall, that would be something similar. You could just put in a slight break of time. And the way we would do that, is with a caesura. Where's our caesura? It comes under breaths and pauses, and we have the caesura there. And if we put it afterwards, then we have... Now, in a way, it definitely breaks the flow, but you can just hear that ring. It's probably a bit long. Well, that's not a problem. We can change that. Properties, playback. The pause time is 2 seconds. We could make it 1 second. Does that make it any better? That might be quite nice. Obviously, we must then copy that to the other voices as well. I think we'll come back and see if we want that later. But just there it is, caesuras under palettes and breaths and pauses. Just means everybody stop playing, wait for the conductor, and then we'll start up again. A very useful thing to have in your back pocket. All right, we're in the last, very, very last section, and let's do something a little bit different here. We've got this this run up, as we have had. I want to try and give this to our... This one only goes up to the F, so let's give this to our first flute, an octave up, and it'll be a kind of a little solo up there in the tip-top range. Let's just give that a staccato. And then from there, when the crescendo starts, then we can bring some more people in. Just this mini moment of sort of peace and quiet. Again, I think we're going to... We need a little bit of space for the flute to breathe. So let's break that up a bit as well. How should we do it? Maybe woodwind and upper strings. So let's give our bass line just up till that point to the clarinets, an octave higher. Right, we're taking everything kind of an octave up, not letting anything go into the bass clef. We're just using the treble area. And so this one will also need to come up. Let's put that into, how about our two oboes? Explode up the octave. Yeah, that seems to work nicely. I'm going to just copy these. This is all just experimenting, seeing what we like. I'm going to take out the top notes. So we get this little thing with those notes. And then let's fill in the chord, shall we? This is a C chord. So let's fill in the G. Why not? Make it tenuto. Yes, perfect. And clarinets can be doubled. How does that sound with just our woodwinds? Yep, that's cool. Let's take that, but change the notes. I'll use Alt-Shift to move it up to the B flat. And this chord is a G7. Oh, it's a B, not a B flat. My apologies. B, and then let's put it on the G. What if we gave this to the oboe instead? That is a C. That one is the D. Shift N for tenuto. Take that up to the F. Possibly even these notes. Whoa. On this clarinet. Down the octave. Do we need a down the octave version? I'm not sure. Possibly? Let's see. It's different, certainly. Let's see what we got here. Great. Let's take out those so we hear a bit more of the oboe. Give the flute some rest. Not hearing that oboe very much. It is in its high range. I think it'll come out more with a real player, but it's quite a nice effect, I think, going from these staccato quavers in the flutes to the semiquavers in the. So that leads us to bum bum bum. I think it's time for our clarinets to join again. Probably down in the mid range. Yep. And then we'll just do these last two chords in that melody on its own. We're going to bring the bass back. Let's see. Yes, I think so. Into the bassoon. Make sure we've got the right spot. There we go. Okay, we're just missing the crescendo. Just adapt that there. Just for copying and pasting purposes. Yes, there. And then there. There we go. That's better. Now when we copy that to who else? Both bassoons, I think. Although, should we fill it out a bit? Maybe let's not have so much duplication. How about the trombones? One of the horns. Yep, that's good. Actually, dum 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 dum. We've got some nice little chords in here. Let's add those in as well. We add the trumpets to the party. It is low for them. Tell you what, let's expand this into the trombone. Yes, there we go. And then the other one, this one can come to the trumpet one, up the octave perhaps. Lost our crescendo again. There we go. Except these all start at a piano, bassoon as well. There we go. Just gradually adding in that bigger sound. What should we do with the strings? I think we can all climb back in. How about this time let's have first violins up the octave and second violins at pitch. Yep. We're getting bigger here. And our chords. Can be there. Let's take out that first one. Into the cellos, why not? Tools explode. Bass. No, I think let's leave the bass out there. The bassoons and the trombones can handle that. Yep. You know what? Bassoons, trombone can have that one as well. We're just gradually filling it out. Woodwinds, what should we do with woodwinds? I think let's keep them in. Up the octave things. Right, let's go. These chords. Second flute. And oboe 1. Definitely up the octave. Yes. Let's explode that. I think that was the E. Whoa. Piano at the beginning, please. Yes, there we go. That's a nice build. And what are we missing still? Oboe 2, clarinet 2. What should we do with them? I think let's put this one on the clarinet. This one can go to the second oboe. And this can come to first oboe. as well as second clarinet. Let's see how that feels. Let's just hear our woodwinds. Yep, that's feeling pretty solid. There's a big gap in the middle, but I think that'll be okay. It will be covered by the trumpets. Missing a horn. Let's get a horn in. Same as the trombone one, probably. And I think we just need that nice big hit at the bottom from our bass trombone, our tuba, down the octave, and our... Yes. Oh yes, that's nice. Add in the low range. And now we have... Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da, big chord. Alright. You know what, let's give this to our actual basses for a change. Give them the spotlight. They need it. So this is, from the bottom, our contrabass down 2 octaves. Down there, down 1 octave. There, down 1 octave. Should we add the cellos as well? Yeah, I think so. But down the octave, definitely. We're going for that big low sound. Bass drum, tuba. Bassoons, forgot the bassoons. They can get a spotlight moment as well. But down the octave. We don't need these forte markings. I think we do just need some... it still needs to be light, even though it is in the bass. How about that? Yes, which leaves us open for a big ending chord. Alright, now obviously in the piano this was just a... what is this? A G7, right? Dominant 7th into the C chord. And we want to make this really big and full. But our melody is G-C. Okay, so let's copy that straight away into flute up the octave, of course. Flute at pitch. No, let's do oboe at pitch. Second flute can do something different. Let's have it trumpet at pitch. That'll be nice and big and strong. And probably trombone 1 down the octave can be there as well. Violin 1 at up the octave, 2 at pitch. Okay. Now let's get the bass to fill in on the other side. It's basically the same thing, but just coming from the bottom. So that'll be our bassoon. That will be our bass trombone. It'll be our tuba. Let's add that the octave lower. Cellos can stay at pitch, I think. Which means now we just need to fill in the middle. Okay. And this chord was originally G, F, B, and G. It was missing the D, so we can definitely add that in some way. It kind of just becomes a 4-part harmony exercise. Right, so let's just copy some notes here. I think that works. Got the G there. Let's give them also the F, E, right? Yes, that's good. The clarinets can have the D. D C, yep, that's good. BC or perhaps GG again. Just fill in that middle. This one must probably come up. Yeah, we never want too much of a gap. That's really nicely filled out. With that high G way up top there, cool. Horns then can just fill in straight from here. But flipped around. So cut, drag up, and paste. There we go. Down the octave. Trumpet 2 can take probably that one up the octave. Yep, unison at the end there. Let's let the trombone sit on the G. Let's have the FE that we had in the horn in the seconds. Perhaps the D rather. Yes, that's powerful. Lovely. Good brass chord, which just leaves the violas. We've got G, C, G, C. Let's give the poor violas the FE. Copy it. We have to have the third in the strings. All the other strings have the root. Okay, which leads us to everyone is forte by that point. Yes, they are. So no problems there. What we are noticing is that the strings are very spread apart. So what we could do is introduce some divisi. This is something that we haven't seen yet. Why not? Just for the last chord, let's do that. If we want to add divisi, we just need to add extra notes to these violins. We could do double stops, but I think let's rather do divisi. So divisi is where one half of the section will play one note and the other half plays a different note. So I'll use Alt 8. That adds an octave on top, and then we can just take it everything down the octave. And now we have that, which means this is now free to do something else. Should we put them in the middle? How about the F to the E? They can also have the B. Let's use Shift and B. And C. B, C, right. The violas can also divisi, why not? They can have the F, they can have the G as well. They can add a G and a G. And then how about the cellos add the D on top to the C. And then we just need to add the text, which is, of course, let's close out dynamics and breaths, and text. We don't have divisi here, so what we're going to need to do is make a technique text. Now we don't have an official technique text, so what we'll do is Control T for technique. That just adds some text, and then we can say div. Div, short for divisi. And I think let's also make that italic. Can't remember if that's what it's supposed to be done, but it looks good. We're not going to divide the basses. We can keep the basses as they are. So let's have a listen to just this last bit in the strings. And it's even more full. That's sounding really nice now. We are missing the percussion. So it's time to add our percussion section. And of course, let's go back to layout and unhide them. They've been hidden this whole time. Now, while I'm sure we could use a harp, if you had one in the orchestra, I think that's a bit beyond the scope of what we're doing today. There are so many useful things you can do with the harp in MuseScore, but for now, I think we're going to just quietly delete the harp and come back to it another day. What we do have for now is in the general template is timpani, snare drum, bass drum, and cymbals. And we want to look at some of the useful features that we can do when writing for these instruments. What I'm actually going to do, though, is change this up a bit. I don't feel like the timpani is going to suit us for this piece. What we actually are going to want is the glockenspiel. So it's an easy, simple matter of double-clicking on timpani, and this brings up its properties. I want to replace this, and with a pitched percussion, yes, but with a glockenspiel. And okay. All right, snare drum and bass drum, that's fine, we can use those. And instead of the cymbals, I think we want a triangle. So I'll do the same thing, double-click, replace instrument, unpitched, and let's start with a triangle. It is pretty important to figure out what different sections of percussion you want. That is, of course, if you are writing for a real orchestra. If you're writing for a virtual orchestra, go wild, add as much percussion as you want. But for a real orchestra, you only have a certain number of percussion players, and they can't do everything all at once. So you just need to be very careful how you write for them. Now, MuseScore has an interesting way of doing percussion. So let's just have a listen to our intro. Percussion are really good for really two things. They add, I suppose, three things. They add sparkle, they add power, and they can have a groove, right? We're thinking of drum kits and things like that that can really add a groove. Here, I think we're going to want to add some power. So I think probably on these ones here, we don't want it at the beginning, but here we can certainly add it. So as soon as I click on anything in the percussion instruments, we get this percussion little window, which gives us our different options of notes, and you can see they've got A and B there, which means that if I press A, I'm adding a snare, and if I press B, I'm adding a rim click, really. It's not a rim shot, it's a rim click. So we need to choose our notes carefully. I'm going to, just as I have been, I'm going to press 4 for the quavers, and press A, rest on 0, A, rest 0, A. Let's copy some dynamics in. What should we start at? Probably not mezzo forte. I think let's start at a mezzo piano and crescendo through that one until a mezzo forte. That's quite nice, right? It just adds that little interest. And now let's use our bass drum. And here again, we're going to take a few liberties. This pause is supposed to be nothing. I think it would be really fun to just have that on the bass drum. So let's have a crotchet rest, and then on the quaver, we'll hit. Bass drum only has one thing it can do, and that's hit it, according to MuseScore. Of course, that is not entirely true, but we'll take it as true for now. How long is this one? 300%, okay. I wonder if I can copy it. Yes, I can. Just make sure to copy it for everyone. Otherwise, we run into all kinds of trouble. Right, everyone has a pause. Nope. Let's fix that now. I know we started here with the strings and the woodwinds. We didn't give a pause to everyone. I can copy that. There we go. Much faster. Should have thought of that before. Right. Opening. Wait, we need dynamics. Shall we make it a good old forte? Forte bass drum hit. Why not? Alright, that seems to work quite nicely. And I think that's all the percussion we want there. Then we've got the string section. We want to leave that alone. Percussion works well for particular moments. Should definitely not be overused. Then we had the woodwinds coming in. I think, again, we can probably leave them. But brass and percussion have always got along well. Let's add them in here. And here we get a chance. I think we're going to use this a little bit more. Let's probably have our bass drum together with the basses and the snare drum together with the harmonies. I think that'll work quite nicely. So we get to look at our input by duration. And this is going to be particularly useful for percussion, because if I select it, now we've got this caret and these beats, and what I can do then is select A to show that that's, you know, I am now inputting drum notes, which is fairly obvious, and now I can just tap in the rhythms and get those notes immediately. I don't have to keep tapping A, right? Because I've chosen the note that I want. Now I'm inputting by duration. So let's go. I want a quaver, rest, quaver, rest, quaver, rest, quaver, rest, quaver. No, hold on. Quaver, rest, quaver, quaver, rest, quaver. Okay, this is a little irritating for. This is a little irritating when you have rests. So actually, this becomes far more useful when you're doing something without rest. But in the meantime, we've got this dum 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 dum. Take that one out. Crotchet rest, and then same again. And we can probably copy our dynamics. Here's a good point to show that I can just say select similar. Yep, that's selected all my dynamics except for the crescendo. Let's just use Control and click to select that, copy, paste to the bass drum. Yep, there we go. There's a very soft bass drum. And not always in time either, apparently. All right, what about the snare drum? I think in this case it will be easier to use our normal method, but now you have seen it, you can go experiment with that if you want. We are going to use the normal snare hits. Yep. A, rest, A, rest, A, rest, A, rest, A, A. Rest, rest. Rest, A, rest, A, rest, A. Nope, somehow I've ended up on the beat. Hold on. You can hear we still do have some latency with input. It's not as quick as we would like it. Hopefully that will be changing quite soon. Let's copy those dynamics as well. Select similar in the range. Add the crescendo. Right. Let's hear the section now. I think we don't want the percussion so loud. Let's just make them a mezzo piano instead. Yes, we come back to the woodwinds and the strings. Now we can certainly add some percussion. What about the triangle? Let's get them in. So let's start here. Ooh, in fact, dum-da is a nice moment. Let's do that there. So let's start with the rest. And triangle, you can see we've got normal triangle and mute triangle. Obviously, there's so much percussion to play around with. You are just going to have to experiment with lots of them. But I'm going to start with a mute triangle on that one, and then a crotchet full triangle that rings out, right? In kind of similar to the tenuto. Dum-da. Let's copy that across. Piano? Mezzo piano. I think mezzo piano will be fine. We want it to be heard still. Let's hear it. There we go. Very nice. Just a quick one. And I think towards the end, da-da. Should we bring it back there as well? Now in reverse though, so this will be a B. Yes, to make sure it stops there. That's so obvious. Let's just make it a little bit louder. How about a mezzo forte? Maybe a full forte. Look, I'm sure the real percussionist. There we go. Lovely. Dum da dum. In fact, these should not be staccato. They should be slowed. That will match even better with what we are doing. Yep, that's better. Don't know how those ended up staccato anyway. So we've got our basses going. We're going to leave them alone. Here's another moment where we can have bass and snare drum again. Why not? Boom, 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 boom. Easy enough. And cha, cha, cha. Oops, that's glockenspiel. Hold on, not there yet. Jump, jump, jump. And those dynamics can copy. Those dynamics can copy. But I think we probably want the extra one on there. That'll work nicely. Just getting down to a piano. Yep. And then can come back again. There, the forte, right? The forte will be nice. Let's make it crotchets. Boom, boom. And then the quaver. And I think we can be a little bit more adventurous here. They're all on the offbeats. Let's have the bass drum on the beat. 1, 2, 1, and 2. Oh, let's make it a quaver as well. Alright, give it a good old forte. This is a big moment. Coming to the key change. Back to the key change, I should say. Snare drum, should we give it something a bit more interesting? Let's start off as normal with the offbeats. Dum dum. Rest, rest. And here, should we give it something a bit more interesting? Let's go quaver, crotchet, quaver, 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 same as those. But here is one of the fun things we can do with percussion, is we can add all kinds of things. Let's start with a tremolo. So tremolo is in the palettes. It might not be. You might need to add it from this add palettes. But there's tremolos, and we're going to add the 30 seconds, the 3 lines, and that just means a drum roll. So let's add a dynamic Control D forte. Let's hear that. I think that works fairly well. And of course, we want a nice big hit on there, don't we? So A there, A there, and let's put it on the triangle as well. What happens if we add a staccato to that? Okay, it's still a full hit, but it gets dampened quite quickly. That's really nice. I like that. But perhaps we don't actually want a triangle. The triangle has been quiet for this whole section. What about if we change this actually to a symbol? They can put down the triangle and pick up a symbol. So let's go to the last section we had them. It's over there. And we are going to introduce a change. And this we can do by add and text and instrument change. I believe it is in this text palette as well. Let's just see that it's here. Text. And change instrument. There we go. It's under more, which is slightly frustrating. But let's add it there. So here we go. We'll select there. Text, more, change instrument. Okay. Now it asks, what instrument would you like to change to? We want hand cymbals, which is MuseScore's way of saying normal cymbals, right? Piatti, you sometimes call them. And there we go. It says 2 hand cymbals. And that means that this note is now a nice Piatti hand cymbals. Right. Big forte. With the staccato, it's a dampened hand cymbal. So that's really cool to have. All right, let's hear that. Nice big sudden change. That's actually really, really nice. Again, if we wanted a caesura, maybe we wouldn't want the staccato there. To allow the cymbals to ring, but I think this is quite a nice effect at the moment. I think it is time to add our glockenspiel. We can add them on there as well. Should we let it ring? Oh no, too low. That's better. Let's make it a nice forte glock. Almost don't even hear it. Here it is. It is in there. Now remember we had this little high woodwinds moment. I think adding the glockenspiel to this will add a lovely kind of feel of the music box type of effect. We've already almost got the carousel in here, so let's change it kind of into a music box. How are we going to do that? I think we're going to just take a few of those notes. So let's take probably the first note. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, we can join with that flute. Where's our glockenspiel? There we go. It's too low. Even that high flute is too low for the glockenspiel. Dim, bum, bim, bum. Should we just do the first note of each? How about that? Very pretty, but a little bit soft, especially in that mid-range. Very nice. We can do the similar diddle-dum, diddle-dum, diddle-dum. How about the first note of each? Dum, 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 the F, E, D. Let's take that. And the G. Very, very low. There we go. Take those out. Take those out. There we go. Staccato should mean that the player damps it. I'm not sure if we actually need that, or how does it feel if we don't damp them? We definitely need that crescendoing. Let's put in our crescendo line. Let's have that up there. It's always more effective at the top. You know, just for this we can do that. Turn that into mezzo forte. Right. Don't damp it. Very nice. Here's a good chance to use our tremolos again, or possibly some grace notes. We can look at some of those. Snare drum, how should we do it? Dum, drum, drum, dum, and then how about a roll at the end? So we can do a tremolo here. Dum, drum, drum. Now normally what we do is slur those onto those as well. So we get, let's make it a nice forte as well. And should we end with a roll? Why not? Remember, of course, you can add grace notes in here as well. We can add an acciaccatura. Which is just kind of I think it's called a flam. I need to go and check up on my my percussion notation. What should we do with the bass drum? Probably just hit on the beat. Give it some grounding. A, rest, A. Yep, how about that? And then these need a pause. So let's put a pause on. Where's our pauses? There we go. Give it a forte. Symbols, probably just the last one. Let's hit that last to crash with a pause. I don't think the bass drum needs a pause because it's just going to hit and then stop. We can also do a sort of let ring on the cymbal. How's that? Let's add a little roll in here as well. To the GC. Ooh, maybe not there. There we go. Let's add them a tremolo. And pause. And you can still hear the cymbal ringing. Lovely. And that'll just about do it for our percussion section. MuseScore is of course notation software, which means that it's very good at music engraving. And that's its primary purpose, right? It's bonus that we get audio, but its primary purpose is to create music notation that musicians can read. And so now it's time to get our score ready to be read by musicians, both as a score by the conductor and also the individual parts by the orchestra, right? Because hopefully we're composing this or we're arranging this for an orchestra. Luckily, there are a lot of things in this process that MuseScore does on its own or just needs minimal input from you. So that's really nice. But we do need to just do some things ourselves and make it ready. So obviously the first thing is we need to just clear up our score a bit. We've got all these things in the beginning here, right? Our melodies, chords, let's just go to the beginning. We've got chords, melodies, accompaniment chords, and bass line. We've already orchestrated all of those, so we don't need them in our score anymore. I can, of course, go to layout and just hide them. Of course, if you want to, you can just delete them. Hopefully we're done with them and we don't need them back anymore. But if you're a bit nervous like me and you want to just keep them in case something happens, perhaps the orchestra comes back and says, this sounds weird, is there a part missing? And you want to come back and check, oh wait, yes, there was a note there or a line there that we missed in our orchestration. So I am just going to hide them from our score any day now. There we go. All right, and now we end up with our flute and woodwinds, brass, all of the rest. Okay, fantastic. That's what we're looking for. We also can get rid of these sections, but before we do, we're going to actually turn these into rehearsal marks for our orchestra so that they can see the sections without having to see our lines and these don't look as good on the score as rehearsal marks do. So our first one can be here. Why not? So I'm going to click on that bar, go to our palettes and text, and there's our rehearsal mark. So we'll just click there. And we've got the first one. This is very easy to just add the next one. I'm going to make the next one here. And actually, while I'm here, I'm going to make some double bar lines as well. And this just makes things, I think they look nicer if I've got, so in the palettes bar lines, if we've got these double bar lines in between the different sections. So I'll add one there as well. And we've just got these two open. We'll use shift and scroll across to the next section. Double bar line and C. The next one, double bar line, which will be D. You get the idea. Okay, that's all of our sections. Now, what's really cool is that I can just select everything. I'm going to use Control and Shift and Home. Nope, just Shift and Home. No. Let's go back to the beginning. Control, Shift, and End. Well, that works. Shift and End would have worked as well. Okay, then I'm going to select this text and select Similar on the stave. There we go. And it has selected all of those lines, and then I can just delete them. There we go. That has deleted them from lower down here as well. Yes, good. Now the other thing is maybe our rehearsal marks, we want something different. I do have a video on this, by the way. You can go and check that out here. But just as a brief introduction or brief outline, we can, if we perhaps want to change it to numbers, I can just delete the A and press 1. Now, of course, that one's 1, but that one's still B. Great thing is, tools, and resequence rehearsal marks. There we go, and now it's 1, 2, 3, etc., which is really useful. Or perhaps you just want large bar numbers. So I'm going to delete that. This one is bar 5. So you just put in the first one's bar number. Of course, that one is still 2. Again, tools and resequence. And it recognizes that you want bar numbers and puts them in. I think this is such a cool feature that MuseScore has and really, really useful. Okay, that's already looking a lot better. But of course, we are on one massive page, which no conductor will ever have. So we need to change and go from continuous view back to page view. And this is something like what our score will look like. The first thing I want to do is check my general page size and the size of my staff. And so I'm going to, with nothing selected, go to Properties and Page Settings. And we're going to be playing around in here a fair amount. Okay, page size is A4. I suspect for an orchestra that's generally a bit small. I'm going to go A3 for the orchestra. Let's see how this changes things. There we go. Got a nice big page. We can see it's very spread out now, right? So I think we want, let's go back to page settings. Now we want our music a little bit bigger, and then we go to scaling, and we say stave space. This is the general scaling amount. And I'm going to put it up one more, a couple more, even one more. There we go. See, for this first one, I was just looking for that next bar line to be over the page as a starting point, right? And I think that looks fairly good. We can see all of the names of the instruments, hopefully. If we can't, that's fairly easy to do as well. We can go into, actually, here it is, style settings. Both of these, by the way, are in format, style or page settings. But I like it here. And we can go to, all the way down to the bottom is text styles. And I can have instrument name long, and I can just increase that size. So maybe let's do that a little bit. Put it at 12. There we go. That's a bit more readable. I can change all these sizes in that same space if I want to. I'm going to leave those for now, but that's got us a pretty good first page. Now these other pages, wouldn't it be nice if just this 8 bars were on a page? Well, it is fairly easy to do, in fact. I can click on the last bar and just press enter on my normal keyboard, and it creates this little line break thing. Looks like a bit of an enter sign, and that then puts the next one on the next system. Now that's not a page break, but in our case it is the same thing because we only have one system per page. We're going to see how that's a bit different in the parts. All right, and the same again. I can just go through this and pretty much just set them all to be that one page. That makes a nice size, and it means the conductor for each new section has a different page. I think that'll be quite nice. There we go. The other thing that I might want to do is this new automatically hide all empty staves, which is really quite cool. So we can just click that, see what happens. Right. In this section, it has got rid of the brass and the percussion because they weren't playing in that section. And so those staves were empty, and it's hidden them away so that you can't see them. What that means is that I've now got 2 systems on one page because it's so much smaller. Could be very, very useful. And then it carries on. There I've got all of them playing. There I've got most of them playing. Yeah, as we go on, we kind of have more of the orchestra, right? But there's, they all just play at the beginning and then the rest is empty. So it doesn't always work and it doesn't always let you win, but there are times when that can be really nice to not have. However, I do know that some orchestras will not like that. Maybe some conductors prefer to just see everything, and so they know, if I look at the bottom part of the page, I know that I'm looking at the strings for that section. Whereas if I look at the bottom here, I'm going to be in this section, which doesn't have any strings at all except the violin one. And I can imagine that could get frustrating for conductors. So I think speak to your conductor. If you have a conductor, perhaps you're the conductor, and you can make that decision yourself. You do also have a whole bunch of options here. Don't hide empty staves in the first system is by default on, because that means that this first page, you can see all the instruments that are in your orchestra. And that just makes sense, right? When you look at the first page, you want to see all of the instruments that are going to be there, whether they're playing at the beginning or not. Show brackets when spanning a single stave. So I think for now, I'm going to leave this off. I'm one of those people that prefers to see everything that is happening all the time. Whether it's empty space, then I know that the brass are not playing. The brass and percussion should be keeping quiet there. And that can be good for me. All right, we need to do this as well. We added a bass trombone and it messed with our... There we go. We just want to add the tuba in there. The glockenspiel can be added... Whoa, what's going on? We'll have to just delete that one. Select those. This looks like a bit of a bug. We'll go palettes. We'll go, it's brackets. There we go. You might find that in add palettes. And let's add that one. There we go. We've got all our percussion now in one bracket. We can also do things like that. And like that. There we go. Right, it's the little things that can make your score really look good and be friendly to use for a conductor. Now I can immediately see my woodwinds, see my brass, see my percussion, and see my strings. Fantastic. Okay, we already mentioned the style settings. There are so many things you could go and change in here. Really, it's this is MuseScore's main thing that they're really proud of. So in the style settings, you can change almost anything, and it will change it in the whole score instead of being fiddling around with little things. The other great thing is once you have those, you can save that style, and then you use it in other scores. So perhaps you're doing a lot of these orchestrations and you want them all to have the same look. Once you've got the first one right, you can sort of save that and just use it in other scores. Perhaps you've got a score that you like the look of. You can go into that style and save it and then reuse it in somewhere else. So it's just so many things that you can change. It's really useful. The other important one to make sure of is we are currently in concert pitch, right? We did that because we were working with it, but that's not the notes that the instruments will actually play. Clarinets, for instance, are one tone up. The horns are a fifth up. Trumpets are also a tone up. Now it's back into the transposed pitch. Now again, here you would need to check with your conductor. I would just sort of have one of each, but different orchestras or different conductors will prefer to have either a transposed pitch score or a concert pitch score, and you just need to decide which one is going to be before you export. I'm going to keep it in I'm going to keep it in transposed pitch because most of the time I'm working with school instruments, and so if I need to say, wait, your A is wrong or your A is something, and I'm talking to this clarinetist, they need to know that it's their A and not whatever concert pitch thing that is. So for me, that's more useful. Okay, so then once we're happy with the score, we can file and export, and it's got just tick the main score because that's all we want to export for now, and we're going to save it as a PDF. And you can choose your resolution. You can obviously have it higher resolution or lower resolution. I think the default is probably 300 dpi. I like 400 dpi. I just like to feel that I've got it a bit crisper. And then I will export it. I'll just make myself a new folder called exports, and I'll call it Pantalon Full Score. Why not? And it very quickly exports, and so I can open that up in my PDF viewer. And of course, remember this is A3, so it is very big. But there we go. We have our nice, neat score. Now, of course, that's not the end of it. It's all very well for the conductor to have the score, but we need all the instruments to have their own part as well. Now we're going to the parts section. And here are all of the different parts. Remember, we have these top few that are our working ones, so we're not going to worry about them. I'm going to select from the flute down to the contrabasses. Select them just using our normal shift and click, and then open selected. And it takes a little while, but there we go. We've got all of them opened up, and they're each, there we go. They're each on their own tab here across the top. So I'm just going to go to our first one, which is flute 1, and this is what the part would look like. Right, really quick and easy to get those parts out to our performers. You can see already that MuseScore has done a fantastic job with this. Like, really, there's very little to do here. This looks neat. I can see all of the details that I need to see. I can see that this flute 1 on a single page, and the spacing looks really nice. So in the old days, I think we had to spend a lot more time fixing up parts. What I might want to do is just go into the properties one more time, go to page settings, and check my spacing. I could make it a little bit bigger. And again, here it's a matter of preference. Perhaps if you've got younger kids who are learning this music, they might want it a bit bigger to see. Professionals probably can deal with a bit smaller. Maybe you've got an elderly section of the orchestra, they need it a bit bigger as well. You can change things up. But I normally like to make it as big as can fit on the pages that I know that I'm using. So if I know I'm using 2 pages, I'll increase the size until it fills up that page. Right, that's already looking fine. And there's our good page. Honestly, I thought it looked a bit better before. It looks almost cramped now. So I'm just going to go back and change that back. I think a couple of clicks. Was it 850? Possibly even 800. Yeah, there we go. That's actually really nice. Oh, no. So this is the thing that sometimes does happen, is that you get these weird run-off bars that are just a bar on its own, and that feels really weird, especially if it's the last bar. Things like I can go there and press enter. Okay, now I've got 2 bars. What shall I do here? Enter there. Nope, that doesn't help us. Undo. Maybe let's just change our page settings again. Luckily, if we do things like this, it's very easy to just go reset page settings to default. There we go. And we're back to 1750. Right. Okay. So I'm actually happy with that. And what you would probably do is go through each part and just make sure that it looks good. Right there, it doesn't look so great. We want to definitely change that. I think let's put that on a new line. That on a new line. There we go. That's better. Right? It's those little things that can make a difference. Oboe is there. Oboe's same idea. From there. Right. Good. Clarinet. Okay, you get the picture. I'll go through each one of these. What we do want to get to is the percussion, because here's a glockenspiel, and it looks very empty and lone. But that's fine. That's fairly normal for orchestral percussion, right? The snare drum and the bass drum and the triangle. Now, what I'd really like to do, actually, is put the snare drum and the bass drum on one single part. And so what I'll do here is go back to my parts menu, and I'll actually create a new part. Let's call this, let's rename. Double click, and let's call it Percussion 1. Percussion 1, and let's open. And of course it's a blank part, right? It doesn't have anything in it. So I'll go to my layout, and this is what I really like about the layout feature, is that it can be used in any part to add or remove. And so let's go find our snare drum and our bass drum. And now both of those can appear, and they both fit on one page just fine. So it makes sense to have them together. That way they can count their rests together, snare drum and bass drum players. Perhaps you've even got this on a drum kit, and you've got one person playing a kick drum and a snare drum. Again, in schools this is fairly common. So this is a useful feature to do. Let's do exactly the same thing for the triangle and the glock. So double click, Percussion 2. And I'm just going to add, where's our, here we go, glockenspiel and triangle. There we go. And of course remember that the triangle is triangle and hand cymbals. So there it comes up as cymbals. And let's just change our formatting a little. There we go. That looks better. And let's save to make sure we keep saving those changes that we make. Alright, once I'm happy with all my parts, it is a very simple matter to file, export, and now we want everything, right? So I'm just going to select all. I don't want the score, I've already got that, I'm happy with that. I don't want these parts at the top, but everything else I do want. No, that's not true. I don't want my snare drum and bass drum. Why? Because they're in the Percussion 1, and my triangle and glock are in Percussion 2. Right, I don't need those as separate parts. All right, as PDFs. Now here we can export each part to a separate file, or we can have all parts combined in one file. So each part to a separate file, I'll end up with, Flute 1 as a PDF and Flute 2 as a PDF. And very useful, particularly if you are sending this to the performers online. You can just send them their part, and they don't have to read everyone else's part, or they don't have to extract their part from the large PDF. If you're perhaps sending this directly to a printer, you might want to do all parts combined in one file. You print it, you get a single thing you can call parts, you send it to the printer, and it just prints in one go. So I prefer to have the separate parts for now. I'm mostly sending this to individuals. I'm going to export, and I'm just going to make a folder called parts. Let's just call it Pantalon. And I am going to leave the, no, I'm not going to leave the dash there. There we go. Pantalon, and let's save. And it takes a couple of seconds. But now in my exports folder, I have parts, and there are all of the different parts. And you can see it's just added a dash and the part name. So everything is neat and organized and right there where I need it. Okay, those are the basics of using MuseScore for engraving. Obviously, there are a lot more engraving details that MuseScore does fantastically, and you can go and look into, but this is the basics of it, so that you can get your parts out to people. Perhaps you don't have a real orchestra. Perhaps you're a student, and that's why you're using MuseScore, because it's free, and perhaps you're just getting into it. Perhaps you want to show people what this sounds like before you can get a full orchestra together. That's very not unusual in this day and age, right? Orchestras are not just on every sidewalk. You need to be able to show what you can do before an orchestra will perform it for you. So we are going to be looking in the audio side. The first thing you obviously need to know is how to get that audio. Well, again, similar to last time, we can go File, Export, and I'm just going to clear the selection because we had all of those selected. I'm just going to select my main score, and now I can export this in a different format, and I have MP3, WAV, OGG, FLAC. I've even got MIDI and Music XML for other different things, but MP3 and WAV are the two main ones, right? WAV is going to be a rather large file. It is the highest quality, but it is completely uncompressed. MP3 is mostly going to be fine, and you do have these different options. You can change the bitrate. I keep mine on 192 because I like it fairly high, and in this day and age, we're not too worried about the file size, but still we don't want the WAV file size, right? Some people probably can tell the difference. Because I'm using libraries and not, this is not my my perfect recording of it, I'm not too worried about these tiny details and quality. MP3 is probably fine. So you can just export this and it will give you, in fact, let's do that now. We know that we've been listening to this. We've really fairly enjoyed it. So I'm going to export this as our initial one. So let's go into exports. Let's make an audio folder. And I'm going to call this Pantalon First Audio. Right. And it will export. It goes slowly through the file, depending on the computer that you have and how many instruments you have and the different libraries that you're using. But it will go through like that. Right, let's speed that up. Get our exports folder back. We've got our audio. And here's Pantalon. I'm going to open it up into VLC. There we go. Right. So that could be very useful to share possibly with your PDF of the score and say, hey, this is approximately what it sounds like. Please would you consider playing it in your orchestra? Perhaps you're giving it to the orchestra themselves so that they can learn music faster. For me in a school, that really works and helps a lot. But there are other things we can do to really make it sound a lot better. And so let's go through some of those now. What we're going to do now is go into our mixer. But first, even before we do that, let's save a fresh copy. I'll save as, and let's put this into... So the reason I'm doing this is because sometimes we'll change things in the notation that we wouldn't necessarily want changed for the musicians, live musicians to change, but just for the purposes of making it sound better. And this is a perfectly normal thing to do. Many people will do this. You might have multiple strings doubling, which wouldn't happen in real life, but because you're using libraries, you can make it happen, and because it's digital. Okay, so now we are going to go into the mixer. And the first thing we can change that will make the biggest difference, in my opinion, is the panning. So the panning, let's have a listen to, for instance, our clarinet over here. Where's our clarinet? Should have got soloed. There we go. Well, all the others got muted. Right, so you could hear, hopefully if you had headphones or if you're listening on stereo speakers, you heard that clarinet moving from left to right as we were playing it and as I was moving this around. This is the idea that different instruments come from different places in a natural setting. If you're listening to an orchestra, not everyone is going to be sitting directly behind each other. You won't hear them like that. They cannot occupy the same space. We're in a real space, right? So the first thing you can do then is change this panning to create your space that you want to be playing in. There are various ways to choose who goes where, right? And various mixing engineers of orchestras might tell you that they want it this way or that way. You can really play around with it. But I thought as a starting point, it makes sense to use a kind of orchestral layout, the standard orchestra layout that you would see. So we're going to have first violin, second violinist, violas, cello, basses here. Right, you can see where everything is, and so we're going to put these ones more to the left, these ones a bit more slightly to the left, but not too much to the left. right? All of those kind of things. So let's try and do that now. All right, so this should be fairly quick. I'm going to go flutes a little bit to the left. I'll have my first flute a little bit actually to the center and second flute out a little bit further. Same with oboes on the other side. Clarinets can go also on the left, I think it is. Yes. Bassoons on the right. Right, we're not making huge changes. Horns can go... I always prefer the horns on the left. This picture I know says different. Trumpets, center and right. Trombones a bit further to the right. Let's put them a little bit past that one. There we go. Bass trombone, and then tuba on the end. Let's put it at around 50. I'm tending not to go all the way to 100. I'm liking sort of 50, 60 as the maximum. Again, you can play around with that. If you really want a wide space around you, you know, the orchestra is right there around you, sure, absolutely go 100. I tend to prefer the orchestra sort of a bit more in front of me. They feel a bit more cohesive that way. Glockenspiel can be a little bit to the left. Snare drum can be center, that's fine. Bass drum can be slightly to the right and slightly to the left. How about that? The triangle can go a little bit on the right side. The cymbals, let's put them on the left. Violin 1, okay, strings, these are the easy ones. They can go fairly on the left. They can go a bit on the left. Violas can go a little bit to the right. Cello to the right. The bass is quite far right. Remember, this piano is actually just the chords, so we're not even going to worry about that. Okay, let's have a listen to that. Let's find a nice big section. And hear, hopefully, the difference that has made. Let's just close our mixer. There's a nice section with everyone. Here we go. And hopefully you're hearing a bit more of the orchestra around instead of just in the middle. Okay, so that's the one thing we can do. The next step is to look into the reverb. So you've got this rotary pot, they sometimes call it, to control your reverb. You've also got a reverb button, which means you can turn the reverb off. Reverb or reverberation just means how much does the sound reflect and come back to the listener. So there's our cello. Let's go and have a listen to them. Let's listen without reverb. Right, you can hear that very dry sound. And so we generally do want some reverb, right? We've taken these recordings in a dry setting probably, and we just adding reverb makes it that more full and lush and rich sounding. And the first thing you'll notice is that each instrument has very different levels for that reverb. And so you might want to go and set these all the same and then go through them one by one and just listen to it and say, okay, wait, I think it needs to be about that much reverb or this much reverb. Reverb can also make things sound a bit further away. So for instance, the trumpets have quite high reverb. Where's some trumpets? Okay, let's have a listen to our trumpets. No, that's horns. And so reducing that reverb to say there, let's go back here. You know, let's go back into our continuous view. We're not worried about our page settings anymore. We just want to see where things are. Trumpets, where have you gone? There we go. Can just make them seem a little bit closer, perhaps. Perhaps you want the trumpets further away. You can make those decisions. Here's what I like to do, though. What you'll notice, by the way, is that all of these they're basically making a copy of the sound and sending it to a reverb module, which adds that reverberation, that false reverberation. It's basically extra copies. And it comes over to here, auxiliary 1. If you can't see it, I think by default it's not there anymore. You can go in the mixer panel and the 3 dots, and we can go view, and then you can see auxiliary send 1 is where the reverb is. And it's on there. So everything is sent to there. So if I just play from here, right, you can see that's the level of the reverb, which means I can actually control how much reverb I have in the whole orchestra just by changing that slider. So I don't necessarily have to go and change each one once I'm happy with the relative levels. You can see how this gets fairly complex very quickly. What we do want to do though is, what I like to do is have a bit more reverb. So I'm going to turn my flutes up. I'm just going to keep everything fairly high, 50% or more. Obviously I can change these later. And this means that it's sending a stronger signal to the reverb. Snare drum, bass drum, triangle. Almost there. Okay, now when we listen to this, we'll probably say, whoa, that's way too much, right? Perhaps you like that. You can hear there, right when we stop, you can hear the ring. So I'm just going to reduce the amount of reverb, but we should probably do this while we're listening. So let's have it. And probably somewhere around there is quite nice. However, this is the default reverb that MuseScore comes with, and there are ways to make even this sound better. So I'm going to click on it here and go to Muse Effects. Now we haven't actually looked at Muse Effects yet. If I open up my Muse Hub again and go to plugins, there are all kinds of plugins that can help you with your mixing and making it sound nice. Most of them are paid, but there are some good free ones, and one of those is the Muse Effects. And this is just a bunch of effects that come from MuseScore. I think they came from another application, but they've proven quite useful, some of them. So I've downloaded them. It's very easy. You just click install, restart MuseScore, and there you go. You've got them in. So if I click here, and instead of Muse Reverb, that's the default one, I'm going to go to Muse Effects and choose the reverb. And the reason I want to do this is it gives me a few more options. I'm not saying it's a lot more options, but it is a few more. Firstly, I can choose the kind of room that I want. So this is really useful for, if I'm doing things with synthesizers, perhaps I want a plate reverb, or if I've got guitars. I can choose a small room if I've got a smaller ensemble. I can have, obviously, the hall, and I think the staff pad hall is kind of like the default. But I've also got this controller that can tell you how much reverb I'm applying. So again, I prefer to put this all the way up. I don't want any of the dry sound in my reverb. And now this will probably be way too much. It can be useful though to turn it up and just hear the quality of the sound of that room that you're dealing with. And now we can turn it down. Let's just hear it one different one. Let's try the bright hall. Let's see how that sounds. That's quite a nice one as well. Right, you get the idea. You can play around with the kind of quality of the room that you're in. Now, what about the loudness of these things, the volume? We obviously wrote in dynamics, right? And we wrote them in because when we're imagining our orchestra, this is the kind of volume that we would want to have. There are certain things like these trombones, these poor trombones. Right, that is just way too dynamic, too big of a dynamic variance for a real trombone from piano to forte. So these kind of things we can probably, now that remember we've saved this as our audio one, we can change these to perhaps a mezzo piano to be a bit more appropriate. Right, we can check the horns as well. I mean, that's just night and day between the trombones and the horns. And the trombones are still quieter than the horns anyway. And forte, these trombones and even trumpets as well. It's actually just a bit of an ugly sound, right? When we're looking for forte from a trombone, we're still looking for a rich, warm sound, and not the blasty that you might expect on fortissimo. So we can also probably change that to a mezzo forte. That's already better, right? It gives a nice sound. Sure, on this nice big hit, that's absolutely fine. It works. Yep. How about these ones? It's not great, but I think it'll probably cut through the orchestra, which is kind of what we're looking for here. Right, and these are all the kinds of decisions that you will need to make as you go through this whole piece. I'm not going to go through that now because it will make this video way too long. Probably it's a good idea to solo each section, perhaps. You know, let's have a listen to this brass section. You know, there were things there. This trumpet is... Why is it forte? I don't know. It probably shouldn't be forte. So, right, it's changing those kinds of things. That sounds fine. The piano doesn't seem to be making a difference, really. But these are the kinds of things that we want to listen for. Right, so we go and change our dynamics. There are other things that you can do as well. Perhaps these trombones, for instance, you know, they go piano. Let's go back to this section. Right, and we say mezzo piano to mezzo forte. Now that mezzo forte is not enough of a difference, right? We do want it more, but we don't want it this much more. This is the trouble, is that we kind of need an in-between, right? What we can do, which can help a little bit, is we can go back into our mixer and find the trombones. Here we go. And we can actually add an effect in there. Remember, obviously, that any effects that you add do use up a bit more of your CPU power. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily put this on all of them. But again, in our Muse effects, we do have an EQ, but we have also a compressor. And what a compressor does is it just takes those high volume things and pushes them down a bit. So hopefully if we take that forte and we compress it. Now this is on pop vocals. These things really make no sense. They don't tell us what they're doing. I think we probably just want a... Goodness me. Let's try it for an acoustic guitar. Not that that's what this is. And then we're just going to leave that random... where's our trombones again? Right, here we go. See, so I'm not sure if that's actually doing anything. Let's compress it more. Let's try a bass guitar, see if that makes a difference. Okay. This is probably not the best example because this compressor, in my opinion, is really not good. But you can find compressors in the world. You can find MuseScore can take VST, VST3 plugins. So if you want to go and find, I mean, I'm sure a search for free VST compressor will be well worth your while, and you can go and insert that onto the instruments if you would really like to do that. I'm not going to worry too much. This is the other thing, by the way. You can change the volume levels of a whole instrument. So perhaps the snare drum is always just too loud. Is it? Let's see. Yeah, right. It's the kind of thing that I'll just bring down a little bit. Perhaps as you listen to the strings over here. Right, they should all be forte. And this I've noticed as well, the violin ones tend to be really quite loud, and the violas don't come out enough, so I'll just bring them up a little bit. The cellos I think are fine, the contrabasses can probably come up a little bit as well. Let's just hear. You can see how little those violas are coming through. Okay, something like that. Let's hear this last chord. That's actually fine. Maybe the violas are a bit much now. Let's pull them down a bit. So we can adjust in sections like this. You can do so much with this mixer just to make your score sound just that little bit better. Obviously, nothing is going to make bad orchestration sound good. That's not what I'm saying, but you can just elevate a good orchestration. All right. I was saying we go to this master bus, and on there I will use another effect, this one from Muse Effects as well, and it's called the master effect. Now again, this just feels like a single knob that you can add or decrease, you know, from 1 to 11, why 11 not 10, who knows. But essentially what a master will do is do a little bit of compression, probably a little bit of EQ. And EQ is changing the frequencies. I'm sure you can go and look up on YouTube what EQ is, equalization. But you have these various different ones. I quite like the clean maximizer because it just raises the volume of everything just that little bit, but doesn't let it clip, and so we don't want that distortion. If you have a listen now. Right. That was really quite loud in my ears. I don't know if it was in yours as well. That is quite a big difference. But it does allow you to hear more of these details. Right. So you can, a maximizer is a good idea, a basic maximizer, right? This one's a clean one. You can choose other things, a lush high end. Again, play around as much as you like. I do quite enjoy the clean. I think I'll just turn it down a bit though. It's a bit much. When we're happy with the audio that we have, then again we can go to File, Export. Where's Export? And again, I'm making sure that it's just the main score and MP3. And let's hear the difference. Okay, so we have our two audio exports. Let's hear our first one again. And our other one. For me, that is really quite a big difference between the two, and I definitely prefer the mixed version. And hopefully your listeners will as well. Now you might be asking, well, now what? What do I do from here? Obviously, you could print and perform your music. You have a PDF, you have the audio export, you could be sending that to people. There are various ways to get your music out there, hopefully. And one of those ways is to upload your score to a file sharing site like MuseScore.com. So you could go to the Publish tab, and MuseScore has this link to publish to MuseScore.com. You can create a free account where you can upload your own scores. There are also paid versions, and they will be very annoying in their adverts to you, but you don't have to subscribe to MuseScore.com. You can have a free account and upload your things there. You could also share the audio on audio.com. I've never tried it myself, but I have done the MuseScore.com, right? These are some of the scores that I've uploaded on MuseScore. Just do take note that they cannot be for sale here. You would have to contact a publisher to have them sold. MuseScore is not a publishing website, and so, well, it's for sharing files, but you cannot get money from these things if you're hoping to earn money from your orchestrations. You could also, if you want to share your music with the world, you could make a score video. There are two different ways of doing this that I know of, for sure. There's a kind of easy and cheap way, and there's the a bit more labor-intensive way. You can look at those two different videos here. The easy one up now, and then the more difficult one over here. If you want to show people a score video, so seeing the music and hearing the audio that you've exported now together rather than just in MuseScore or as just a PDF or just the audio. There are a whole bunch of options in MuseScore and features that we didn't even get to. Things like transposition, right? I can go tools, transpose. Perhaps I don't like being in the key of C major and I want to, for some reason it's gone on my other screen. I can transpose to different keys. I can transpose by interval, transpose diatonically. All these kind of things, really, really useful for our orchestration work. I would now invite you to try this same workflow that we've worked through with this piece with your own piece of music. Perhaps there's a piano piece of music that you just love and you would love to hear hear played by an orchestra, and you're ready for that challenge. By all means, go through these videos again, but using your own piece of music and see how far you can get with that. I think that would make a really nice challenge. Perhaps you are interested in taking music and arranging it to different styles. How would this sound as a hip-hop with a hip-hop beat? How would it sound, if you made a mashup with this and something else, or a medley with various different pieces? There are all these kinds of options for going further. Perhaps also you want to start composing your own music. You're tired of other people's music and you're ready to go now. Absolutely, go for it. Jump in. MuseScore is completely free. You have all of these tools at your disposal. Go ahead. You could, of course, just do this from scratch by opening up a new score right now. You could also, perhaps there's a video that you want to add music to. And if you want to see how to do that, you can click here, because you can also do that in MuseScore. Perhaps the orchestra is not really your kind of thing. You've hopefully learned a lot through this video series, but maybe you're a guitarist and you just want to learn how to write guitar. There is another channel on YouTube called Your Guitar Score, and that channel I would imagine would be really useful. I'm hopefully going to do my own series on writing for guitar and MuseScore, possibly in collaboration with Your Guitar Score. So click here if it's made, and if it's not, then maybe you need to put some comments in the comment section and tell me that we need to do that. But that brings us to the end of this tutorial series. I hope it's been useful to you. If you like this kind of content, feel free to please put a comment down in the comment section. If you would like to see more of these things, feel free to subscribe and click on the notifications so that you see more of my videos as they appear. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Happy orchestration. Bye for now.